respected officers, esteemed veterans, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to day 2 of the Diamond Jubilee commemoration of 1965 Indo-Pak War. I request Squadron Leader RTS China, Editor and Director, Center for Military History and Conflict Studies, to please come up on the stage and address the gathering.
Thank you, Bhavna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to make the welcome address on the second day of the seminar in which we are commemorating the events that happened 60 years ago of the Indo-Pak War of 1965. This war, as all of you are aware, was a turning point in the history not just of South Asia, but also militarily. It's a conflict from which we learned very many lessons which stood us in very good stead. When we were planning this seminar, when we were curating the sessions, we consulted with a number of partner organizations, including the Ministry of External Affairs, and they made some, I think, very pertinent points, which allowed us to shift our focus from it being predominantly military, which is what we normally do, to looking at it in a larger, more holistic context. So as a result, what we have done is we are looking at it, from, say, 1965, so Op Riddle to Op Sindoor in effect. And the session that's going to follow after this, of course, is on the air war. Yesterday we had a very, very interesting session with our colleagues from the Ministry of External Affairs, who spoke about the diplomatic and geopolitical dimensions of this conflict and how they have played out. And one of the key takeaways from that was that what 65 did in real terms was it set the tone for the narrative, for it changed the perception of both India and the world, where we were still reeling from that, from the events of 1962. But 1965 once again reset the narrative, and it put us on a trajectory of the national trajectory of an increase in both our self-confidence and the way in which the globe views India. And we have never, that trajectory has continued to rise since then. So I think that's one of the main takeaways of this conflict. The other thing, of course, for those of you who are interested in military history, one of the things which normally, professional historians say that is, history is not for didactic purposes, in the sense it's not, it is not meant to guide. But military historians look at history a little differently. We say that, we need to look at history, examine it critically, so as to draw lessons from it, so that we ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated in the future, which is why it is essential for history to be looked at critically and honestly. Because if I'm going to say that, everything is hunky-dory or sab badhiya hai aur koi problem nahi hai, so then I am unable to rectify the shortcomings or the faults that exist in the system. And bottom line is, you can forget about for public consumption, but at least as far as professional military historians are concerned, this is a very, very important element. Coming back to the panel that's going to, the panels rather, that will be taking place today, we have some very distinguished. Okay. We have some very distinguished veterans who have been a part of these events more than 60 years ago, and hearing their accounts, their first-person accounts, is both an honor and a privilege. And we are very grateful to them for for consenting to be with us and to share their thoughts and their uh, experiences with us. Believe me, it's a great honor, and especially for all of you youngsters over here, it's something which you know you will be when you grow older, when you're older like me with a white beard, you'll be able to tell your grandchildren, you know, I actually met so and so, I heard such and such. I was talking to my kinsman, Mr. Manaman Singh Sheena, before this, you know, when we were growing up, we were talking in context of a exhibition that we are working on, which is going to be on India and World War II. And when I was growing up in the villages in the Punjab, you know, if you threw pathar maro to World War II veteran ko lagta tha. And I wasn't interested in talking to all these chaps who, you know, they say, Malaya, Burma Front, Singapore, you know, okay. What I was really interested in was talking to chaps who'd fought in World War I, who'd gone to war on horseback, who'd fought with the lance and the sword as weapons of war, not as ceremonial things which we see nowadays. So that was for me as a young chap, it was really, really exciting. And today, I'm really, really glad that I did. And I actually managed to tape record some of those things. And I think they must be some of the only recordings that are available today of those men who literally were belonged to a different age. Now, when you listen to the veterans who are speaking today, and if you study the elements that took place or the atmosphere, the technologies that were available in 65 as opposed to where we are today, there is Hindi mein jo kehte hain zameen aasmaan ka farak hai, and it's literally that. Today, you've recently just seen Op Sindoor, and you know you have BVR missiles which are fired from standoff distances, kilometers, miles away, which can hit with deadly precision, pinpoint, take out an enemy target. They were fighting you had to be in your face with the enemy, whether it was on the ground, whether it was on the air. So the fights that they're going to be describing, the dog fights that they're going to be describing, that is more, it belongs more to World War II than to 2025. So that in itself is one big, it's a very big difference in the kind of the nature of war, or rather the character of war. If you study warfare, they're saying warfare has an enduring nature and a changing character. What do they mean by that? They mean that the nature of warfare does not change. Yesterday, for those of you who were here, we had a lady who came who presented her husband's uniform, and she lost her husband as a young wife, a young mother, in the battle of one of the battles following the Battle of Hajipir. Now, that contact with the enemy, the fighting, the pain, the confusion, the fog of war, it still remains. Even with the best of technologies, you still do not know what the enemy is going to do and when he is going to do it. Nature of war does not change, although some people nowadays confuse it and they say, oh, you know, it's very different. Yes, that's the character of war that's changing, not its nature. We also have a panel which will be talking about the role of the Indian Navy. The role of the Indian Navy in 1965 was very limited, and I'll leave it to the panel to tell us why. But subsequently, again, from then to now, the Indian Navy has transitioned, and its role, its character has changed exponentially. Also very thankful to all our panelists who are going to be joining us today. Cisco's cancelled, right? So I'm afraid Air Marshal Dikshit was supposed to be joining us, has had some other official engagement, so he will be unable to, although he has sent his best wishes to everyone who is present here at the seminar. And but the good news, there is always a silver lining to every dark cloud. The good news is we get an extra 15-20 minutes for our panelists, and they are the real people that you've come to listen to today. The problem with when you give a historian a platform is, he will keep yammering, hoping to, give you your money's worth. But I will yield the floor and I'll request my colleague to first read out the introductions and then for all of you to join. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Most welcome.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Starting off with the first session for today on air power, first blood to Operation Sindoor. This session aims to highlight how the importance of airspace dominance and air defense was affirmed in the 1965 war. It will also include the Indian Air Force's strategic and operational transitions since 1965 and the lessons since the conflict that continue to shape India's air power as witnessed in recent conflicts. We have with us Mr. K.S. Nair as our honorable moderator for this session. Mr. K.S. Nair has been writing on Indian armed forces and military affairs in developing countries for over 20 years, publishing around 100 articles, including in American, British, and Japanese outlets. In 2024, he received the Chief of Air Staff's commendation from the Indian Air Force. He is the author of 3 books, Ganesha's Flyboys on the Indian Air Force in Congo, The Forgotten Few on the Indian Air Force in World War II, and December in Dhaka on India's military and diplomatic role in Bangladesh Liberation War, with 2 more forthcoming. He has also contributed to several other books on Indian military history. An invited speaker at the Indian Air Force reunions, international conferences, and podcasts, he has lectured at the Royal Air Force Museum in London. A graduate from IIT Delhi and IIM Bangalore, he has held senior leadership roles, including VP, CEO, and director across consulting, investment, and development sectors. Now, may I please invite Mr. K.S. Nair on the stage? On the panel, we are honored to have Air Marshal P.S. Brar, retired. Air Marshal Prithvi Singh Brar, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, and Bar Vayu Sena Medal was commissioned in the Indian Air Force in December 1960. Since then, he has held various flying and command appointments. His entire service has been marked with outstanding professionalism in every field of activity that he has been involved with. Throughout his distinguished career, he has always strived to set new standards in professional skill, dedication to duty, and personal commitment. During his tenure as the Air Force officer, Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Air Command, there have been remarkable all-round improvements, not only in the operational capabilities of the various units under Eastern Air Command, but also in the quality of life enjoyed by all the personnel. One of the main tasks of the Eastern Air Command is to undertake time-bound training of budding fighter pilots before their induction into the frontline operational squadrons. In spite of manpower and other resource crunch, the pilot training has always been completed on time. Air Marshal Prithvi Singh Brar, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, and Bar Vayu Sena Medal has rendered distinguished service of the most exceptional order. Now, may I please invite Air Marshal Prithvi Singh Brar to join us on the stage. Joining him, we have Air Marshal Narayan Menon, retired. Air Marshal Narayan Menon, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yudh Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, is a distinguished veteran of the Indian Air Force. He played crucial roles in the 1965 and 71 wars. He was the air officer commanding J&K during the Kargil operations and operating from Srinagar, and was responsible for the local conduct of air war against Pakistani intruders during the Kargil war. He has also contributed to training efforts in Iraq and served as the HOD at the College of Defense Management. Post-retirement, he has been active in writing and social causes, including leading Special Olympics Bharat Karnataka. I would like to invite Air Marshal Narayan Menon to come up on the stage. Following him, we have Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, retired. Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, PhD, has a distinguished career in the Indian Air Force, culminating in his role as Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff and Additional Secretary at the Defense Ministry under the first Chief of Defense Staff. Air Marshal Sachdeva is an alumni of prestigious institutions such as FIS, CDM, and NDC. A CAT A qualified flying instructor, he has logged over 70 to 100 hours on various transport and trainer aircraft. He is a certified A project manager and holds a doctorate in business management. Air Marshal Sachdeva also holds important positions in various prestigious institutions across the country. He is a distinguished fellow at USI and CAPS. His previous leadership roles included commanding an AN-32 squadron, chief instructor at the Fixed Wing Training Faculty. He has co-authored DAP 2020 and established key verticals like the Defense Space Agency, Defense Cyber Agency, and Special Operations Division as DCIDS in 2018. A recipient of the Ati Vishish Seva Medal in 2016, he has also contributed to numerous academic publications and lectures across military and civil institutions. Now, may I please like to invite Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva to join us on the stage. Rounding out the panel, we have Mr. PVS Jagan Mohan. Mr. PVS Jagan Mohan is a military historian. He has written for Vayu Aerospace Review, the journal of the Society of Aerospace Studies in India. His photographs have been published in India Today, Indian Express, Air Forces Monthly, Air International, Aeroplane Magazine, Fly Past, Classic Wings Down Under Bizarre. Also, he maintains a website devoted to vintage aircraft. I would now like to invite Mr. PVS Jagan Mohan to join us on the stage. Now, may I please request our honorable panelists and moderator to stand up for a group photograph?
Thank you. Thank you, Sejal, for that very generous introduction. And thank you to the USI and everyone here for the opportunity to chair this very distinguished panel. So, good morning and Jai Hind. As a quick personal point, my father and father-in-law were both in the Air Force, a little before our distinguished panel members were. But it is always a singular privilege and an honor for me to be among other service personnel and people who are genuine NCC cadets and historians. So it is with great personal gratitude that I kick this off. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the brief given to us for this panel was to affirm the air power dominance and air defense components of the 1965 war, to cover the Indian Air Force's strategic and operational transitions since 1965, and touch on the lessons that are continuing to shape India's air power. So I have added a small point, which is to differentiate between history and doctrine. And to a certain extent, Squad Leader China stole a little of my thunder by speaking about how history is not meant to be didactic, but for the military, it often has some lessons. And one of the most useful guiding points that I heard from a very distinguished historian was that if you're an infantry officer leading a patrol and the patrol is ambushed, your knowledge of military history is not going to help you figure out how to escape from that situation. But your knowledge of military history should have prepared you to anticipate that possibility and make arrangements for how best to, and make arrangements in advance for how best to deal with a situation like that. And I thought that was a very useful differentiation between history and doctrine. And today, I think most of us are going to talk largely about history, but Air Marshal Dr. Sachdeva will speak a little about doctrine, and the rest of us will try to draw the appropriate lessons about from 1965. And bearing in mind, as again, as Coordinator China said, that the character of warfare hasn't changed much. The nature of warfare hasn't changed much, but the character of warfare has. And I will point out that from 1965 to today is a longer period than the First World War to 1965. So bear that in mind. So anyway, we have a very distinguished panel who's been well introduced by Sejal. So I think the best thing I can do is to step out of the way and give the floor to them. But I do want to make this into an interactive session. So I will be asking the panelists to challenge each other. And we will have plenty of time, I hope, for the audience to ask questions later. So with that, I'll hand over to our first panelist, Air Marshal Brar. So let me just add one more point to Sejal's very detailed introduction of Air Marshal Brar. I said to him when I first met him that I will always, my generation will always remember Air Marshal Brar as Thunderbolt 1. Most of you know the Surya Kirans. Most of you know the Surya Kirans. The predecessor to the Surya Kirans was an aerobatic team called the Thunderbolts, which was raised, commanded, and led by then Wing Commander Brar. So.
It's on. It's on. It's on. You just have to hold it.
First of all, I see a large number of cadets from the NCC, and I want to tell you all, it's the grace of the NCC that has not commissioned the Air Force. Just do the training back. So NCC gives you an idea, but it doesn't give you the full works like the NDA cadets are trained. So it was a bit of a struggle in the beginning, but it worked out very well in the end. Today we are here to talk about the basic aircraft in 1965. We will start off by saying that though Indian Air Force took part after India became free in 1948 in the JNK incursion, but the first real experience of somewhat of a modern aircraft war we experienced in 1965. It was by those standards a decent, powerful air force, but not really very modern as we have it today. So in 65 war, we had vampires, we had hunters, we had Tufani in the stays, and the Nats, and a few of the MiG-21s, and that by itself was one of the most formidable aircrafts that the Air Force and India acquired. It is strange that other than India, the NAT was not acquired by any other country, designed by Mr. Collins, and British changed it to the trainer two-seater, but we used it as a proper combat aircraft. We had 4 squadrons of the NAT that time, though basically 3 were operational at that time. I was fortunate that in 1964, I got converted to the NAT, and we were young, I was just 24-year-olds, and we were super. And some of the very good young pilots were being inducted in the NATs. And when the war took place, I think it was not too much of a surprise because we had started to feel as to what the Pakistanis were trying to intrude into Gujarat, into J&K, and when finally the fall came, it was September 65. Unfortunately for me, I was medically grounded during the upgrade of the Air Force pilots to the MiG-21, and I only became fit medically in defiance of the medical authorities in 65 on the 10th. On the 10th of September, courtesy Pakistan war against us. So on the 10th, when I became medically fit, one of the first missions was gone on the 12th, and me and my leader were taken into Pakistan, deep in Pakistan, and we had to combat 4 sabers. And
sir, if you could please hold the mic up a bit, sir. Yes,
yeah.
thank you.
We landed up in combat 4 sabers, and unfortunately, my leader was hit, but he came back and landed, and I shot at one of the sabers, and we strangely carried American marking air. So for the first time, Indian Air Force noticed that the American was directly invading Pakistan in the 1965 war. Thereafter, the war continued, and till the end, I must have taken part in 20 or 20 odd missions. Very, very active. That had the authority as a very superior aircraft. Given the opportunity, it could excel even the 104, which was one of the famous and formidable inductions in Pakistan by the Americans. Little bit about the NAT. It is one of the smallest aircraft, combat aircraft ever constructed by any designer. And because we in India did not have the experience to expertise to modernize and develop it, so we continued using it till about late 60s, 70s when we did minor modifications on it. Strength of the aircraft is power, is the tiny size, enemy could not see, and you would spot him and see him something like from 2-3 kilometers away and have the advantage of shooting him down. I think Indian Air Force NATs had to its credit about 5 or 4 sabers by a combat pilot positioned at Alwara, Padhanpur, and Pathankot.
I think Jagat can confirm that. I think the NAT's kill count versus losses in 65 was 750.
That's right.
If you include with Commander Bharat Singh's victory, yes.
Within that time,
Yes.
within the war, yeah.
Indeed.
So we had the NAT position at Pathankot, Padhanpur, and Dilara, and they were actively escorting our strike forces there and defending the bases. So on the NAT, I think that should be enough.
Thank you for what you shared already, sir. I would like to add a couple of thoughts. I think, as Amash Abrar mentioned, the NAT was a British design, but not primarily intended as a single-seater fighter. They developed it and used it for many years as a two-seat trainer. the single-seat fighter version, the development was largely completed by us. There was an establishment called the Nat Handling Flight that was set up in Kanpur. My father was a very junior, one of the most junior officers of that organization. And there was considerable development required of the Nat to make it a reliable fighter at that time. It had issues like there was a runaway tail plane issue, which maybe you can tell us about that.
But I think anybody who flew for 3 to 4 years experienced engine failure, hydraulic failure, brake failure, and it was taken in stride because as long as you recovered the aircraft and did not damage it, the HCS did not have capacity to modernize and promote on the failure. It's serious from the hydraulic system and the brakes. It had serious problems of the hydraulic. It was very low on the ammunition. We had only 2 guns and nothing more than 90 rounds each, finished in a period of 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
And what jams on that?
Yeah, 90% time was jamming. I was fortunate that I expended my ammunition on sailor. But 90% is that gun was jamming. It had very little fuel. Barely fly for 45 minutes in combat.
And that development process also cost us a couple of very fine test pilots. One of which was a good friend, Ayatul Sulakan.
But it's been a mischievous aircraft. So, we do it, loved it, because it had the excitement, the exuberance with it. But you have to be on guard and you have to be able to cope with the redundancy, hydraulic failure, brake failure, generator failure. All these things are quite common. But the air to do it, they loved it, they enjoyed it. I mean, I still love the aircraft because there wasn't anything as exciting. We did
I've written in a couple of my pieces that in 1965, the match to India was very similar to what the Spitfire was to the British during World War II. It was a largely indigenously developed aircraft, which had a disproportionate contribution to the successes in the air, and its pilots walked a little taller, just by being able to say.
The stories, we used to fly the aircraft, pick up from Bangalore and fly to Bala, Vilmona, and stop. And you have to fly at 40,000 plus. That was so small, the fleet would freeze. It couldn't cope with the temperature, low temperature at that time. And they used to be in that aircraft, when about 40,000 and fly a ton. If the engine was not good, the engine always flamed out. The engine dies for a flame out. Then you have to come down low, the cockpit would be compressed, the cockpit would get frosted up. But if you took it in the stride, it's just normal to experience a flame out on a NAT for 40,000.
Anyone else on the panel like to
Would you like to add anything?
Thank you. Let me start a little before the match. When I was about 10 years old, I came for the Republic Day parade on the Jump, those days Jump, now it's become Bhattacharya Club. And at the end of the parade, there was a island. Everybody was looking to the right or to the left, depending on which side of the Rajpath they were located. And suddenly, out of the blue, they came. Aircraft after aircraft, vampires, Tufanis. Something stirred in me and said, one day I must also be in that group flying that. And so some of the youngsters here would what to fly, or go to the army or go to the navy. So there I went to NDA and I got commissioned in the Air Force in 1964 December. And our first posting was to Kalaikunda, 1964. And we came to Kalaikunda in 65, so we were preparing to go to, we were flying the Vampire, and I was among those selected to go to the United States for training on the Sabre. And we were, the training pattern was such that the person who stood first in the merit of flying, Danny Meyer, my very close mate and very good friend, he would be the first one to finish flying. And in this particular case, he is the only one who went to USA. For the war intervened and the USA cancelled all the subsequent people going there. Anyway, so may I say before I come to the fact, I'll say about my experiences in 65 in Kalaikunda. I was a pilot officer, and on 6th or 5th of September, we got some, 2nd of September, we got orders today, so many years back, that something is going to happen. Alert has been sounded. Thereafter, the squadron started preparing, and on the 5th, the 24th squadron moved out from Kalaikunda to Barakpur. Barakpur is in West Bengal, so is Kalaikunda at that time. Then on the 6th, we were told that there is likelihood of the war breaking out and all. But the preparations were at a very low key as far as I was concerned. Please remember, these are the experiences of a pilot officer in an area where in an environment very, very different to what he has witnessed all these earlier days. On 7th, I was in the base of duty with a friend of mine. And 6 o'clock in the morning, we were having a cup of tea. When suddenly a very peculiar noise came. And the noise filled all over the thing. We were in the ATC base house. We rushed out, and everybody was shouting, "Vacate the ATC, we are under attack." So we also ran out. When we ran out, there were no trenches to hide ourselves in. So the closest thing what we found, what we thought was some sort of shelter, was the thick edge of number 14 storm, which are flying hunters. My friend and I, my colleague and I stopped there, and we saw destruction of the Indian Air Force aircraft. So my memories of that 65 war are negative in the sense that I was wondering, because 4 aircraft of another squadron, 221 squadron, were lined up. They were fully armed with bombs, rockets, and guns. And the 6 sabers attacked, and they got these 4 aircraft. Also, which we did not see, 2 Canberras which had just come back and were on the other side of the runway. These 4 vampires were facing away from the hangar, fortunately, and they started exploding one after the other. It was not a pleasant sight. And they exploded, and thereafter, not a single attack gun opened up at that time. There was no warning given before this aircraft attack. So this shows the level of, I'm talking specifically of Kalaikunda, the level of preparedness of those days. And I'll tell you about 71, the preparations or the preparedness level was completely different. What we are saying that for the lessons of war learned. So in 65, my lessons learned that look, a lot of things can go wrong if you are not prepared. Thereafter, this aircraft went away. 2 hunters, which were on a sort of patrol between Dum-Dum and Kalaikunda, they came rolling. One was flown by Commander Lafonte that time. He became the chief of air staff later on. And his number 2, as they came over, all the attack opened up on them. And they just pulled up into the blue yonder. And later on, when the people quieted down, then they came and rejoined service and landed. But when the Rastovi and we went for breakfast after that. Coming back, we found another alert sound. We had home. Those days the pay scale was a little lower compared to what people are getting today. I was getting 300 rupees plus 150 rupees of flying pay, flying bounty. So it was difficult to buy a vehicle with that. So we used to walk up and walk back to work. So we were coming back when this siren sounded again, and we looked around. The best security or safety we felt was in a drain which went around the playing grounds of Kalakunda. We jumped into the drain, and then I saw the combat between Flight Lieutenant Cook's aircraft and the Sabre. It was Sabre and this thing, they're equally matched, but Cook's superior flying skills. They finally got the Sabre and he shot down the Sabre. The Sabre pilot went a little away from Kalakunda towards the IIT there, and he ejected. I'm told that the ejection was successful, but there was some mishap, and his body was not intact when it landed. He died. And Cook's other two fights or other combat, I did not see. Like one guy who was with him, I did not see his combat at all. So, from the negative end of the thing to the positive side of seeing our own hunter shooting down the Sabre was gives you a lot of joy at that time. Anyway, I also was told to go to Barrackpore. I went to Barrackpore, and next day, this is on 12th. Next day, I was told that the squadron is moving from Barrackpore to another place. The squadron moved out. I went there, and the Pakistanis attacked Barrackpore on the next day. So, wherever I went, the Pakistanis followed my way of thinking. There were a lot of trenches there, but the Jubilee was very close. And all the trenches were mostly full of water. But it was much better to get wet than to get bullets and shots. So that was thereafter the things quieted down. We came back. We felt sorry that our trip to USA had been cancelled because the government understanding collapsed. So that was it. As to flying the NAT, yes, I was very fortunate. After vampires, I flew the Hunter. From the Hunter, I went to the Nancy 23 Squadron Pathankot. It was a wonderful aircraft, as Air Marshal Ben Brown has told you, exceptionally good to fly. Very light. It's the only aircraft where the seat of the pilot was tilted almost 20 degrees back. He felt very comfortable sitting in the cockpit. And yes, the higher seat tolerance was there. G is something when you're flying, when you do a turn or a tight turn, the blood, the G forces act on you, and the blood from your head goes down into your legs and into the lower part of the torso. So then you get the anti-G suits, which tighten up your calf muscles and your thigh muscles to prevent the blood from going in and preventing a gray out. Because when the blood goes down from the brain, you tend to stop seeing. Your vision grays out, and in extreme cases, you can black out. And it has caused a number of accidents. But the NAT was a wonderful aircraft to fly. I was there 3 years. Fortunately, I had no bad thing except once when my brakes failed. Brakes were foot brakes. And they were, so I had to divert from Pathankot to Adampur. Adampur had a barrier, and Pathankot did not have a crash barrier. So as per the SOP, I touched down, switched off the aircraft, deployed my tail suit, and I came to stop in the middle of the runway. Then a jeep comes and says, "Hey, fellow, young man, take this bloody toy off, this is my runway. There are 4 big 21 waiting over had to land. I said, what do I do? He said, for all I care, push it. So he told his MTD also get down, and 2 of us pushed the aircraft all the way. It was so nice, comparatively. It was so nice and good. Anyway, that's just a thing. But as Marshal Ben Brother said, it's a very beautiful aircraft to fly. So 65, my remembrance, my memories always that 4 aircraft burning up on the ground. They overwhelmed any other cause I had. But preparation wise, I think it was very, very poor in that part of the thing. No SU was giving a warning. The control of the guns, I don't know how it was. But overall, it seems that our preparation levels were big. And I talk about 71 later, when exactly the opposite. When you come from one end of the pendulum to the other, when you are over practicing, over and everything works out correctly.
I just add one quick point, which is to say that the losses that we experienced at Kalaikuga on that day, plus the losses we experienced at Pahanko, to another successful raid by Pakistan Air Force, those two alone account for about 20% of the Indian Air Force's losses during that 23-day conflict. And Marshal sir, you wanted to add something?
Just want to say, some very interesting features of the NAC. If you see the NAC photograph somewhere back, the cockpit just came to the shoulder. And in the peacetime, normally one would put a ladder there, get into it, and strap up. So when we were young, we said we don't want to use the ladder. Jump into the cockpit, strap up, and the aircraft was so good, we did many startups and takeoff from the time they ordered go, within a minute, the aircraft was airborne. And then when the defense minister was demonstrated that this aircraft could take off within under a minute and time the crisis, it is very, very impressive. The lighter note of this, during 65 war, some of the aircrew who was so excited, they tried to jump the cockpit, landed up the other side. Broke his arm, and he was unfit for the rest of the war, 65 war.
So one of those went on to become right.
Not me. Yeah, it happened. So the aircraft, the beauty of describing the aircraft, if it was developed, it would be enormous. I mean, needed more ammunition, more fuel, and a little more powerful engine. Like the story of the Tejas now, the aircraft engine was promised by the British, obvious engine, and then they ditch you. They refused to upgrade the engine, it's supposed to be obvious. Well, so similar story came on the HM-24. So we flew that aircraft with 2 NAT engines, but again under part, like we experienced in Tejas. Fortunately, the government today is more powerful and pressurizing the foreign companies and orders, asking for a better engine for the Tejas. Thank you.
You are 24 years old. So you can point the mic, the top of the mic here. Towards your, yeah.
So, Senator, you said you are 24 years old. 20 years ago. When the September War started in 1965, I'm sure you had no clue how long you were. What was going to prior to that, you only had the Second World War and for like 50 years, and the Indo-Pak war that ran for over 1.5 years. What was your thought process as a youngster? What did you think that you are going to go on forever with it? Yes, honest.
No, he raises a very interesting question. What are your what is kind of attitude you have when you face the gun or the ammunition firing at you. And personally, I mean, this honest opinion, that there was no time other than thought, other than the excitement of going and hitting the enemy. Nobody thought of how long the war is going to last, but you enjoyed everyone. The excitement is there. And those days, the national anthem, national song, the radio keep playing, and it generates so much exuberance in it. You see that it perhaps the attitude or the youth that infects you. And I don't think the moment you thought that something wrong was going to happen to you, you're always positive and then you want to go and hit them. There is a bit of an anger in you. That anger generates excitement, and those around you get excited too. So that's kind of feeling I have. 65, 71 were the same way. So mind you, when you fly, the guns are firing at you, you say, oh, it's like a crowd coming at you, and you just step up on this. You don't think anything must come at you. So I think probably it's the training that you taught. In the training, all you taught is how to get over and get behind the other guy and shoot him down. There is never a thought that you will end up in front of him or he will shoot you. There are occasional cases, history is full of it, where one or guy, for reasons of genes, they come low morals by the LMF, they call it. But you don't see them, you hear them that there was somebody who didn't come up to expectations. So I would say that we loved, we enjoyed the experience of going from 65 and 70.
Can you give us I did not fly during 1965. As I said that I was on the ground. So there was no feeling, I really did not feel very much as to when the war will start, what the war will say. But 71, I can give you a very, training levels were so good, I felt at that time, that once you got into the cockpit, you didn't worry about where I'm going or things. Your professional training took over. You cross you don't see the border, you cross and you see change of temples, change into mosques, and that's about the only difference in the landscape. Like Marshal Dwar said, you lost my 26 squadron. Few of my 6, your anger is there. But again, your professionalism, your switches have to be right. You have to look at your number 2 to check its tail is clear. You check your fuel, check your speed. So all that takes away. The feeling of fear is not there. The feeling of trying to get the mission to be successful, that is there. And somebody has asked me how long will the thing start? How long the war will start? So I did not have anything about how long the war will start, except that 2 of my MiG-21 colleagues in Adapur, I was in Adapur in 71, in 26 trying to Sukhoi. From the land, the smallest aircraft in the Indian Air Force inventory, I went to Sukhoi. That is the biggest aircraft in comparatively. At that time, there was no aircraft bigger than that and very powerful. And the MiG-21 squadrons were there. So they used to come to my room every day and say, Nana, when you are squadron tomorrow, can I take that pair of shoes of yours? Or can I take that? I said, look, guys, let's talk about my coming back, not about my living squadron. So that sort of banter is to go on, but all is over. I don't think these trends any time that the duration of the war is so.
We were last night together, and they are historians, both of them, the students, and I was telling me, do you know any pilot in the Indian Air Force otherwise who was fought with 4 sabers in the NAT or the MiG-21? So I say, will you please note down my name? I have the good fortune of both in 65 war, shooting at a saber, unfortunately escaped, and similarly in 71 war, alone in a MiG-21 with 4 sabers. And this time I was on the run and I collected 1 bullet hole, but the aircraft strong and came and landed safe. Seeing the enemy aircraft in the air in the scope of Jubilee is rare. And there are not many people who can claim to say that they have had enemy within the shooting range or you within the shooting range. And I was blessed to have experienced both in 65 war and 71 war.
And I think I'm going to take advantage of us having probably a little more time than we planned. But before we go to I'll just make a couple of quick overall points about the experience from the 2 veterans of 1965 here. I think a couple of the key points to make are, as I say on these slides, the Indian Air Force's participation in 1965 started with losses. There is no getting away from that. The first Indian Air Force formation that went into action over Chang, 12 vampires, they lost 4 of them. 1 pilot managed to get them come back. And that fact actually conceals some truths which Jagan actually discovered from the Pakistani side. There's some Pakistani gun camera footage from that action, which showed that the vampire pilots were still, even though they were completely outclassed by the sabers, the vampire pilots were still turning into the sabers. They were not trying to get away. They were turning into the sabers. The photographs make it very clear they were doing that. So that the spirit of the pilots who flew those vampires have, I think, not been sufficiently understood. So we started with lawsuit. But those actions, the vampires and the Viziers on the first day, they contributed to stopping a key Pakistani war aim. Pakistan had a key aim during that stage of the war for reaching close, and it was the close air support by the vampires and the Viziers, which slowed them down enough so that they never achieved, Pakistan never achieved that war aim. 65 also saw a lot of first-time post-independence air war milestones, including the shooting down of an aircraft air to air. This is something, shooting down of an aircraft or an enemy aircraft air to air gets a disproportionate amount of attention. And historians, I think, Jagan and I constantly tell people that is not the best measure, that is not the best metric of air superiority. But to some extent, I think Pakistan, influenced partly by, by Second World War stories, they tend to obsess over air-to-air kill counts. Whatever it is, I think 1965 saw India's first air-to-air kills after independence. We didn't achieve any in 1947-48. So 1965 saw that, which is as much a psychological reason as anything else. It's an important milestone. I think the NAT's success, despite all its issues, the gun stoppages, I've actually seen another NAT pilot's logbook in which he's drawn a dogfight. There were 4 NATs in 4 sabers, and all 4 NATs were in killing positions, and all 4 NATs had gun stoppages. So there were reliability issues, but the NATs established a measure of
psychological superiority over the Pakistani over the Pakistani Air Force. But I think once again, I think it's very much comparable to the psychological superiority that Spitfire had over German fighters and bombers during World War II. And the final point is the total air effort in 1965 was 4,000 sorties over 23 days. And that, for comparison, 1971, we had 6,000 sorties in about 12 or 13 days. So you can see that 1971 was much more intense, and partly, no question, 71 was more intense because of lessons we learned in 1960. So I think that's a good point to ask Air Marshal Dr. Satriya to make his presentation, and I'm sure we'll have, we'll continue as long as Sarugana sir and Dr. Tyagi give us.
Okay.
Slideshow.
Okay. इसको हटा सकते हैं. Remove this.
सर वो ठीक है वहाँ पे क्लियर आ रहा
नहीं
है.
नहीं मेरे को नहीं चाहिए. Okay. Okay. If you would have seen 2-3 times, Sri told me, "Do you want to contribute? Do you want to contribute?" Now the problem is, when both these air marshals were actually into war, I was yet to join school. So where do I contribute was my this thing. So that's why I was not contributing. Sri, I'm sorry, because when the two veterans who've actually been in the war, those who've not reached that level cannot talk about it. I have to, apart from the rank, which these days have many more become air marshals, so that's why I have a commonality as far as the rank is concerned. But there are two commonalities with both the air marshals. Sir, I am also from NCC, and you can see 3 officers on the stage and 2 are from NCC, so you have a good opportunity. So don't leave it out. Join and see, maybe you will get up. And with Nana sir, he was in CDM and so was I in CDM twice. In fact, sorry, NCC, okay, another one. I was talking about, see, either you can become a historian or you can be officer. I'm addressing to you to become a lieutenant general because you're in the army. And I can see the under officers wearing a lot of badges. You both RDCs? RDC? RDC can't make it. Okay. So the commonalities is I was also from CDM, and we CDM guys always carry a pen drive with us. Wherever given a chance, we just shove it in and we come out with a presentation. And we're a little uncomfortable without a presentation. And these days in the Air Force officers always come on the stage and give a presentation. So everybody has heard about Ops Sindoor. Ops Sindoor, 7th of May onwards till this date, you're only talking about Ops Sindoor. You open any channel, there's something on the Ops Sindoor. Yes, the SCO has turned the media into something else, but even today we're talking about Ops Sindoor. So I will not talk about Ops Sindoor, but definitely my presentation says it's Ops Sindoor. And the CDM guys always like to do something different. And if you're the commandant CDM, then you do SWOT analysis. So for the children who don't know what SWOT analysis, you actually go into the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So I will do SWOT analysis of Ops Sindoor and not talk about Ops Sindoor because you all have heard enough about Ops Sindoor. So we'll go a little ahead of that. Before that, Air Battle 1965, let's see a few key takeaways and keep Ops Sindoor in mind. See the red line under the bottom? Keep Ops Sindoor in mind, see 65, what they all did. Strategic impact, both claimed victory. Did we do the same thing this time? Yes. Both have claimed victory. Pakistan is thumping, Field Marshal ban gaye, and so on. Both air forces focused more on air-to-air combat than close air support. We did none this time. See the change in 60 years. We did none. We did not have an air-to-air. We did not have any close air support. Tactical outcomes, IF's largest fleet provided anyway. Most air battles were inconclusive with disputed kills, claims from both the sides. हमने 19 उड़ा दिए, उन्होंने 6 उड़ा दिए. We're carrying on with this. Okay, similar thing happening now. So narrative. Limited deep strike missions in 65 due to short conflict duration and international pressure. International pressure, today's leadership keeps it aside. Stay off, leave it out. That's the change. Deep strike missions, yes, we could hit deep into Pakistan, full length and breadth. So that's the change which has happened. Short conflict, I hope we always remain in short conflict because no nation can afford 4 years of war the way Russians and Ukrainians are going on. Equipment lessons. Indian NAT fighters proved effective as intercepted despite being smaller. We've heard the two veterans about that aeroplane. It was a masterpiece built in India. We called it NAT, we called it a Jeep, we called it whichever way, but they were too smart to be in the air. Surface-to-air missiles had minimal impact due to limited deployment. This time it was surface-to-air and surface-to-surface and air-to-surface, and it was a chaos which was going on with these missiles. See the change which is happening between the two wars. Let's see some more. Operational impact. Pilot losses were severe on both the sides. Like we said, a lot of aircraft, the first formation itself, out of 12, we lost 4. Airfield remains largely intact. No, this time they came in for all airfields. Our air defense stopped it. And we went in for almost 80% of the military airfields of Pakistan. So change is happening between 65 and now. Long-term consequences led to major Air Force modernization program. Definitely, we will again see that modernization happening today because recently the Defense Secretary has published a book, Capability Gaps in Indian Air Force and how do we plug them. So that's the roadmap which is coming up. Need for better air combat tactics. If you heard the CDS in Singapore, he said after the first day when we had some losses, we changed the combat tactics. So tactics are on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, we keep changing as what the enemy is doing. Intelligence and planning impact. Poor battle damage assessment led to inflated claims on both sides. This time we had our satellites giving us the battle damage assessment. And also a lot of videos were being leaked out on social media, maybe by us, by them, that what all is going on the other side. Limited reconnaissance capability affected target selection. We had precise target selection this time, and we went into every target, every building, even a window with real accuracy. Change is happening now. Lack of integrated air-ground coordination reduced effectiveness in 65. Today, everything of Army, Air Force, Navy was all integrated. And we were all watching this. So see how 65, in 60 years, the Air Forces have changed. The macro still remains the same. Now let's see what the Air Force wants. The capability need of an aerial warfare is first look, first shot, and first kill. जिसने पहले देख लिया, जिसने पहले मार दिया, जिसने पहले गिरा दिया, वो आज की requirement है. Otherwise, you will have very difficult situation. IF Doctrine 2022 is available on the internet. It says vision of the Indian Air Force is so and so. We want to be a decisive aerospace power. And then the characteristics are reach, flexibility, versatility, mobility, responsiveness, offensive lethality. We have displayed this time in Op Sindoor. Now I'm shifting from 65 to Op Sindoor. Let's go into the strengths which came out from Op Sindoor. Precision strike capability, strategic reach, robust air defense, precision-guided munitions, decentralized execution, calibrated force application, cross-border operations, deterrence enhancement, politico-military coordination, selection of military targets, and in-house technology. This was the strength displayed by India this time. Let's see the weaknesses. Operational losses. We have spoken about it. Indirectly, we've not spoken about it. I really don't know. But yes, there were operational losses is what some senior people have claimed. Multi-domain integration, survivability gaps. Why did we get shot down? So those gaps, restricted rules of engagement, whether we put it on us or whatever was the scenario, that there was some restriction on the day one, CRDR limitations, real-time intelligence, electronic warfare limitation, perception management, and narrative control failure. Pakistan kept on saying they have done this, and we very well knew we haven't done it. This time we wanted to actually give them the proof of what we are doing. So we were waiting for the satellite to come back tomorrow, take pictures and give it to us, so that only then we could come to the public and say, yes, this is what we've done. Strategic communication gap and defense acquisition ecosystem. Opportunities now, indigenous development, advanced sensors, space integration, AI integration, multi-domain operations, information warfare, hybrid war, all this is happening in India now. All this is happening. In-house precision weapons, force multiplier, DAP 2025 is being worked upon. That's an opportunity. Let's write it well. threats. It's a two-front war, but both the fronts were on one side, towards the west. Pakistan has become a Chinese testbed. Electronic warfare, integrated air defense, Chinese technology, US assets in Pakistan, maybe. This is what the media said. There is something there. I really don't know. And even the DGAO said he didn't know. Proxy war. Nuclear threshold has been lowered. I don't know. This is my personal guess because we have tested his nuclear threshold. Abhi bhi nahi mara, abhi bhi nahi mara, abhi bhi nahi mara. Abhi to nahi lagi, abhi to nahi, ab lag gayi. So now that is what I'm a little worried because he knows that we can inflict a real good damage to his country today. So will the leadership there say, okay, no more, now I go nuclear? Earlier he could have gone there, maybe it go early. I don't know. That's left to the future. Masters in false narrative. That's the threat we have. World has interest in Pakistan. Domestic expectations and supply chain dependence because we have a lot of equipment still coming from abroad. So basically CPEC, crypto deal, US nukes, Iran, Russia, Afghanistan, car interest, I really don't know. There's a lot of threat which we have to work on tomorrow. So very quickly go into the strategic roadmap. All the lessons learned, what should we do tomorrow? So anyway, this is my vision statement which I'm trying to give. We can skip this. We go to strategy phase 1, immediate stabilization and capability enhancement. What we want from Ops Sindoor now, today, maybe next 2 years, that's a short period. We're looking for information warfare. To cut it short, reduce narrative response time from 24 plus hours to now. What we've done, it has to come out now. So that the other doesn't give his established measurable information dominance indicator. Aircraft survivability enhancement, priority is high. Aim to reduce aircraft vulnerability matrix ASAP. This is what the Air Force has to do, and they did it on day 2 when the SAP 2000 was knocked down. Operational doctrine refinement, priority is very high. We need to unify the command and control and all the sensors and weapons which in this country together. You can't have a particular aircraft not being looked into or a sensors not being integrated. Phase 2 strategy, technological dominance and doctrinal evolution. Next 5 years, we have time to do this in next 5 years. Indigenous technology, supremacy, advanced, we're talking about MCA, BVRs, and electronic warfare. We are capable as an Indian nation, need to enhance R&D and budgets. We need to integrate the R&D of military and the private together. Post-structure optimization. Again, priority is high, and we need to integrate all the force multipliers, be it Army, Navy, Air Force, into one war-fighting mechanism. Multi-domain warfare architecture, priorities strategic, be it space or AI or any other assets, we have to integrate for future warfare. That's exactly what Pakistan and China were doing against us. Strategy 3, regional dominance. That's what we're looking for in the next 10 years. And global projection. We've seen something happening yesterday, but yes. Next generation warfare capability, priorities, transformational. We're talking about 6th generation autonomous system, quantum technology, manned and unmanned teaming, maybe more unmanned because we do not have our 42 squadrons as authorized in 1971. So we will have to have a combination of unmanned coming along with it so that your numbers are taken care of. Strategic deterrence. You have to escalate management expertise, enhance deterrence capabilities, escalation management through power projection. We have the capability, we have the leadership. India is capable of doing it now. Alliance and partnership leverages. This priority is also very high. In next year, we need to see large-scale in-house production, private or public or a mix of two. Human capital development, continuous priority, advanced professional military education, specialized skill development, military education development, and connect all the think tanks. Today, the think tanks are thinking independently. We need to get together on a particular theme and hit it together. Infrastructure, it's an ongoing priority, and secured communication and cyber attack protection. Very important. We could protect ourselves. The military could not be infringed into through cyber this time. What a system they use, the CDS had told all of us, a few of us, that what kind of a system they use that nobody could get into the military electronics. Industrial base strengthening, ecosystem for participation by private players, crystal gaze, success-matic, operational readiness, technology superiority, deterrence effectiveness, international standing, risk mitigation, technology delays, budget constraints, geopolitical changes, and adversary countermeasures. Lessons from Op Sindoor, I'm ending it here. Ensuring strategic advantage, shape the strategic environment in India's favor. So that's why you have to talk a lot. Unwavering focus on excellence, long-term technology and operational superiority, protecting national interest, when required, projecting power globally. The ultimate measure of success will be the absence of conflict through credible deterrence, and if conflict occurs, the ability to achieve decisive results with minimal losses and maximum precision through a short war. In the end, victory in air power belongs to those who dare to soar beyond the limitations of today to embrace the possibilities of tomorrow. With that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You painted one of the futuristic kind of picture. You use the terminology you use is all very, very forward-looking. But I can still see a dream of 1965, the false narratives on both sides, the village. Oh, I can see so many, and I'm sure military professionals here can see that many. I do want to give Jagan an opportunity to speak a little about his own research into 1965 and what he sees as balance, and then we'll come back to a broader discussion, and hopefully we'll have some time if you aside for this, we'll have some time for audience questions.
Yes, thank you. Just like Marshal President was saying, I wasn't going to go on with the one, but I claim to say that I'm sharing the stage with such distinguished personalities is that I researched and covered the first history of the Indian war. And because before I even go there, let me ask you, 60 years since the 1960 war, how many pictures do you think, how many books have been published over the IAM in that particular context? If we were trying to take it, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, the answer is 2. And both the books are there. The first one was published, the first one was written by me and we published it at the 40th anniversary of the 65 war. The second one is another excellent book on the 65 war operations by Marshal Kumar. He researched and he had it published 10 years later on the 50th anniversary of the 65 war. Now, my question and my challenge to the current generation is
Starting the 60th one. You had 1.
So, my question to the generation is we really shouldn't have waited 40 years to publish the story of the 65 war operations. We just like we talked about some of the positive aspects of that war. There are so many stories, like the stories told by Marshal Brown or Marshal Rana Menon. Their influence also deserves to be recorded, but that wasn't done for a long time. And the paucity of information, the lack of access to historians, to interview veterans, to access the official records, meant that no one ever attempted a serious history for a long time. Now, I want that gap to be addressed from Oxford. We shouldn't take 40 years to publish a full history of Oxford. What's the right time? Is it 20 years? Is it 10 years from now? That is a challenge that I would put across to Government personnel as well as the young parents. I know one law will not always go in our favor one side. There are a lot of panels in the 65 war. 65, we started with the objective of stopping the Pakistani offensive. In North Sindoor, we had a specific objective of punishing the terrorist camps. And the Air Force, whatever might be the official position, but we can see that we really didn't go full-fledged all into the war against the Pakistan. We went into the war with limited objectives, and things may or may not have gone over on the first night, but there was a lot of planning. We bounced back, we hit back into the airfield for the targets, what I'm stating stands for both from 1965 as well as for off-syndrome. It's the same story. Now, the only difference is in off-syndrome, I think we came up with very clear-cut evidence to satellite photographs. I'm sure many veterans from 1965, from 1971 were delighted to see that picture of Sargoda Airport, those craters smack bang on the runway. That was a hard shot of goal for all formations, for the Indian Air Force formations in 65 as well as in 71. So that's pretty much is where we are in terms of history. And again, this question is probably an open-ended question. When do we think will be true histories of some of the conflicts in the Indian part? Conflicts in full detail, not just quantitative, all is well side of it. It is, the truth, the positive, negatives. For example, it's been 25 years since Kargil. Has been at the forefront of that operation. We still haven't seen the history of the Kargil air operations in a book form. And forget about the current war. So my only message here is for the current generation is let's try to get history recorded. It may not get published immediately, but let's make sure that the records, the personal accounts are archived so that future historians can access that and bring out an honest history around the time.
I just pop into that, the US side has gone to a lot of effort in the last couple of months, as you know. The US side has gone to a lot of effort in the last couple of months to capture the oral history, to capture the recordings of veterans like Marshal Brown and Marshal Menon and some of the army officers who participated yesterday. And in doing so, I think the US side has filled what was a real gap, what has been a real gap for 60 years. So, big thanks to the US side. Just to say that, yes, so many gaps are there, but I want to quote you an Urdu thing. माना के सर जमी को गुलजार न कर सके हम, माना के सर जमी को गुलजार न कर सके हम, पर कांटे तो कुछ कम हुए गुजरे जहां जहां से हम. Do any of the veterans here want to respond to Janet's question about how quickly we expect to do reasonably there? One of the points I'll make about these two histories of 1965 is that even the Pakistanis read them and respond to them. And I mentioned that we suffered bad losses in 1965 through a very successful and well Pakistani raid on Pathankot. The officer who led that raid, has written a book himself about the Pakistan Air Force's operations, in which he specifically quoted General's book and said it is with a high degree of respect and responded to that. So I think that is a measure of the validity of a serious history. So what actually happened in this book, in the history of our history, we acknowledge the true sequence of events. We said both sides did well. There was no reason for either side to exaggerate their accomplishment. If they just spoke about what they had achieved, that in itself is a great story to tell. And I think about a little bit before that, Pakistan is always supposed to be on the take the initiative on the story. Microphone and tell grandmothers, they will tell that success story straight up. If you really get well, you don't need to examine your record. You can just take the facts and the facts. I think that was the point taken by two captains such as Hyder or CAF. He said that he felt he needed to explain it without examination, without any kind of additional propaganda effort. So that was one of the reasons he wrote that book and mentioned that he wanted to bring down some of the false narratives that came out of the digital war.
following up on what Sri and Japan mentioned. Both the wars, 65 and 71 war and even Sindhu, it's not Pakistan in any way more capable of publicizing what it does. It is the entire Western media which was giving full support to Pakistan 65 and 71 war. I don't know everybody remember that the writer John Fricker.
Oh, yes.
Fricker was, he hated India. And in 65 war, just after the war, the Time magazine came and they were visiting all of us at bases, forward bases. And now they're curious to know what we did. And I couldn't tolerate the falsity of what they were trying to project. And I lost my temper, the presence of H.E. there. I see you guys have been giving all these days, Time magazine weekly come, all the publicity, positive publicity to Pakistan. And then now you are asking curious what we did. It's similarly in 71 war. There was an article came out in Shavia, 1975, which is quoting two-star general of the United States Air Force. They were sitting at headquarters, Edmund headquarters, who claimed that I was a witness to the Russian Novak aircraft assisting Indian Air Force, and he heard them talking in Russian. This is what he claimed. That Indian Air Force incapable of mounting the kind of strikes at night that we did. It was the Russians who were assisting us. Such false propaganda was going on. And today, in fact, just before Sindhu, the Western media was trying to compare as to who will win the air warfare, and they were giving positive marks to the Pakistan. And the result was totally different.
So, I feel our Air Force is very focused towards the struggle. It's not in the game and winning the public affairs. We are focused on the conflict examples and trying to be a objective. What it means is, unfortunately, that the other side takes advantage of that gap and they try to ignore the public. The hatred that we speak about in Western journalists is more about them getting access, they get it very easily from the other side. And that causes a sense of towards the other side and for us, I would say more of a lack of it's that our focus is different for the airport. It just focus on the war.
See, the only thing which I would say is the morale of the Indian. When the narrative comes from there, then they've done this to us, and we are waiting to send our narrative out, which is more correct. During that time, the impact is relative. So we need to capture that part. We are not worried about narratives going out from what the others are doing. Just our own population and that's the they also brought the daughter about the AWACS. I was an organizer like during 71. There's a unit called that time TCGTS, Tactics and Combat Development Training Squad. Later became TACD, which is the fount of all tactical and flying in the Air Force. It is shifted from Jamnagar for a long time. It is now shifted to Gwalior. Of the frontline tactical units of the Indian Air Force, the top so to say. Those pilots used to fly the MiG-21, and here one pilot sitting right here, and the Sukhoi 7. They used to go individual aircraft at night and attack the runways and various targets in Pakistan, and they caused considerable damage. So what was the problem? Well, they all went low level, they came back low level, and the fuel was marginal on most occasions. When they were coming back, they wanted to come to the nearest base because they were always short on fuel. So they used to ask for homing or no, which direction should I come to head to the nearest base? But the APC and the SU used to hear on the Indian side But the response from this would not reach the aircraft because they were in low level. So what we did, what Indian Air Force did, is to take up a MiG-21 and climb to 8 to 10 kilometers overhead, called the Sparrow Control. And the ATC used to say something, the Sparrow Control from that height would transmit to the aircraft asking for homing, and the aircraft used to receive it. This was what the Pakistan Air Force thought, that there's AWACS floating around on Russian AWACS, and they are helping the Indian Air Force. There was nothing. It was a brilliant innovation from the Indian Air Force, which led to this.
We are actually almost exactly as what was intended to be the closing time for our panel. So do we have time for questions from the audience, or are we going to? I know that the Navy is waiting to take its place up here. So, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes for questions, if you like. And as always, please identify yourself before answering the question, and identify the panel member who you like to ask. Good morning, all the panelists. My name is Rajesh. I'm the student of strategic communication in the IIT. My question is to Air Marshal Sajideva. So you talk about the lack of coordination between countries during your presentation, weakness, because we lack the coordination, the strategic communication, and all the other things. So the same shows highlights during the party audit. The party audit committee recommended for integrated theatre command. And since that time we are unable to establish the one. Sir, my question is why we are so much delaying the establishment of integrated theatre command? How it would be effective to tackle these challenges? And sir, what steps we should anticipate and work upon?
Just to correct you, the Cargill Review Committee never spoke about integrated theatre command. They spoke about the integrated headquarters and the integration of the three forces. There was no theatre command already there, and that's a new concept that's coming from after 2020. What I mentioned was that there were some sensors which we have heard through media and the other channels, but not integrated into the entire system. Today, if you Google and see ISCCS, you will be shocked to see every air defense gun, be it Army, Navy, or Air Force, radars on all the three, including civilian radar, are all integrated. This all has happened after the targeting, that every sensor in this country is integrated. So that's what we should have saying. I think if something has been left out, then that also needs to be integrated ASAP. I leave it at that because maybe I'm aware of what is not integrated, and I will not like to tell you what is not integrated. But that's the catch, that everything is integrated today. You will be shocked to see the radar picture of all the radars and how they eliminate each other's errors, and how one picture, let's say there's an aeroplane flying over Delhi, Delhi ATC is Delhi Civil Airport is seeing it, there's an Air Force radar which is seeing it, there's another satellite which is seeing it, all together show to one airplane. So the beautiful integration has happened in the last 20 years. But if something is left out, that needs to be integrated.
And I think General Sharma had a question, so I will, with respect to all the General Sharma.
I don't have a question. I have a concern which I want to express because two very eminent authors are here in the panel. See what happens by the time Indian history, which is very possible, it comes, an authentic version of Indian history comes in the hands of readers. A lot of misinformation is already being spread by people who is that, the first wars had one city. For example, Sindhu, already 3 books are in the pipeline. Sindhu is still on. You have one by CSDR. Second is by General G.D. Bakshi. Third is by General K.T.S. Dillon. Right? This is going to be 6. Now, what's happened with these versions will, without any disrespect to the author, this will be what we bought on day-to-day basis, what we read in the papers, and what we captured, and then we just compilation of that those facts. That's not military, right? That's not military history. This is just, churning, recycling of the events that we've already seen. Now, the real records would be available with the service headquarters in the Ministry of Defense. And there is a problem because by the time it comes back in the public domain, there is an act that they cannot declassify those records. But there is a violation that some of those records can selectively be made available to a think tank like USI or to authors like you, so that within a certain reasonable span of time, a very reliable version of the history or the operation comes in the hands of reader. So we like to see, sir. So, but this is not happening. So what happens? This weakens our narrative, both domestically and internationally. And unless we are able to address this, and the same thing has happened to 1962 operations, 65 operations, 71 operations. Unless we settle this at a policy level, we are going to definitely.
I couldn't agree with you more. I would only say that one institution that is well positioned to push for that biomedia you speak of is in fact the USI. And I think the USI can help by giving respect, but not necessarily too much credence to some of these immediate, these immediate applications which are really just cashing in on current interest. I think USI has a responsibility to, one, be respectful. USI has a responsibility to differentiate between those and more serious efforts, and USI has a voice and an ability to push for that biomedia you're speaking about. So we do have a lot of interest still. For Tina sir, is the baby training guns on us? You backed it. I hear the baby signals loud here.
You've got the torpedoes ready.
It's given us to our work with it. We use also. We have actually used it. We'll take it up first. Okay, from the something other than
This is regarding the writing of poetry for this. I have something to add. Beside lesson, which have been brought out. So I think that one is when we write poetry for this, we recognize the gaze of people. So that's very important, especially in the case of poetry. So we can see the type of person solve the issue. Because of poetry, that when it was being written in 1918, that its action came to life. So, and another is to motivate people who are in the system, living system. And that is to inspire those who inspire young people like NCC, Jubilee, and to drive the community. And a lot of this narrative, creating the narrative, and as Digisar has pointed out, countering the misinformation. So, as a student of history, I thought that it is key. And I have two questions from AMR, Madam. You spoke about the strikes by the Pakistan, from this Pakistan area. So, did we have a strike in the East Pakistan from the area before? And you spoke about something changing of more money time. What was that? Can you yes, Indian Air Force did strike back by the vampires. Unfortunately, the strike at 24 squadron, which I was in, when they went, it was 6 by 6 clubs completely, and the strike, it was an abortive strike. The other Canberra did a lot of damage to certain installations in East Pakistan at that time. But the Canberra, they lost 4 Canberra also in Karaikunda. Okay, so there was a damage to East Pakistan Air Force from Karaikunda. From other places, I'm not aware of. Yeah, okay, yeah. You will be surprised to know that because Indian Air Force has lost the first strike in East Pakistan. Say that. So we struck first, they retaliated, and they caused the damage. So these are some of the unknown facts that come from the research history and public.
I don't know for sure, but I suspect that the fact that the Indian Air Force struck first in the east was probably down to some enthusiasm by local commanders of in the east, not due to a directive from higher command. Because the directive from higher command, which only became explicit a couple of days later, was that we should not operate on this occasion. Even at that time, I think there was an understanding at higher command levels that East Pakistan had more problems with West Pakistan than they had with India at that time. So I think those early strikes were down to the Jewish of the local commander.
Yeah, what you said was pretty much accurate.
I think we really do have to call it a day for this panel now. I do have great respect for the Navy and the white uniform. We will try. We will leave the stage today. Shadow Paranathas.
I'd like to thank Mr. K.S. Nair and our honorable panelist, Air Marshal P.S. Brar, Air Marshal Narayan Menon, Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, and Mr. P.V.S. Jagan Mohan for sharing their enlightening perspective with us on this topic. Now, may I please invite Squadron Leader Rana T.S. China to come up on the stage and felicitate our guests. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Now, may I please invite my colleague, Ms. A.S. Shalini, to take it over from here.
Thank you, Sejal. We now set sail into our second session of the day, titled Maritime Preparedness, Brown Water to Blue Seas, which will guide us through the Indian Navy's remarkable voyage from its modest beginnings to its present role as a guardian of our seas. For this session, we are privileged to have with us a seasoned moderator, Captain Sarabjit S. Parmar, retired. Captain Sarabjit S. Parmar was commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st of July 1987 and retired on the 30th of June 2023. He has commanded 2 ships, a frontline anti-submarine warfare and anti-shipping helicopter squadron. He has been a research fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. He was the executive director and senior fellow at the National Maritime Foundation prior retirement. He has written and spoken extensively on maritime security and strategy issues at various national and international conferences. He is a distinguished fellow at the Center of Military History and Conflict Studies at USI. May I now have the honor of inviting our moderator for this session, Captain Sarabjit, to please join us on stage and lead the dialogue that follows. Joining him are 4 accomplished panelists
each bringing decades of naval experience and deep strategic insight into India's maritime domain. To begin, we are honored to have Vice Admiral Anup Singh, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Nausena Medal, retired. Vice Admiral Anup Singh, a distinguished officer of the Indian Navy, has held several key positions, including the Flag Officer commanding Western Fleet and later as Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Operation starting April 2007. Notably, he led Operation Sukhon in July 2006, orchestrating the largest civilian evacuation operation by the Indian Navy from war-torn Lebanon. By 2010, he rose to become the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Naval Command, continuing his exemplary service in the Navy. I now have the privilege of calling upon our first panelist for the session, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, to come forward and take a place on the stage. Following him, we have Vice Admiral A.K. Chawla, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Nausena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, ADC, PhD, retired. Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla got commissioned in the Indian Navy on 1st of Jan 1982 and he specialized in navigation and direction. His 5 sea commands included Coast Guard ships CO-1, INS Vinash, INS Khora, INS Tabar, and INS Virat. His ashore appointments includes Defense Attaché in the Embassy of India, Jakarta, Senior Instructor at the Defense Services Staff College in Wellington, and Naval Assistant to CNS. He commanded the Western Fleet, integrating INS Vikramaditya into naval operations, served as Director General of Naval Operations, and later took charge as Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Southern Naval Command, Kochi, bringing his vision and leadership to every role. Having heard about Vice Admiral A.K. Chawla's remarkable journey, may I request him to please come forward and take a seat on the stage. Next, we have Commodore Ranjit V. Rai, retired. Commodore Ranjit Rai is a former Director of Naval Operations and Intelligence and was Defense Advisor in Singapore. Post-retirement, worked as Indian representative for USA's largest project carrier, Waterman, and again retired to writing, conferences, and golf. It is my honor to welcome Commodore Ranjit to come up on stage and join the panel. Rounding out the panel, we have Commodore Shrikant B. Kesnoor, Vishisht Seva Medal, PhD, retired. Commodore Shrikant Kesnoor, an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, was commissioned in July 1986. In his 36 years career, he has had extensive experience in maritime operations, training, professional military education, and diplomacy. His tours of duty have witnessed several important assignments, prestigious courses, and significant tenures at sea and ashore. He has commanded 2 frontline ships, an anti-submarine frigate and drone control ship INS Vidyagiri, and India's biggest amphibious ship INS Jaleshwa. His other key appointments included being the defense advisor at the Indian High Commission in Kenya with East Africa as his area of responsibility, as well as being directing staff at the NDA, DSSC Wellington, and Naval War College, Goa. He has been lead writer and chief editor of 12 books, monographs, and many journals for the Indian Navy. After retirement in 2022, Commodore Kesnoor has dedicated himself to the cause of spreading maritime awareness in the country through teaching, writing, public lectures, podcasts, and cinema. He is Honorary Adjunct Fellow, National Maritime Foundation, and visiting faculty, Naval War College, and in other military and civilian institutions. He describes himself as a maritime evangelist. Having introduced Colonel Chaudhary's inspiring profile, may I request him to kindly join us on the stage. Now, I kindly request our esteemed moderator and panelists to rise and join together for a group photograph. Oh, geez.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the silent service to speak out, and we have bided our time. And let's not say the Navy is not a benevolent service. So let me start off with a statement that it is often said that whenever history repeats itself, the price doubles. So the question is not only what did you do, but what have you learned from what you did or what you did not do. And I think that is the lesson that we would like to speak about today. And yesterday, Ambassador Puri brought out a very significant point, which was reiterated today by the first panel, that 1965 was a turning point or a defining point, not only for India, but also for its military, when the world stood up to take notice of us. And we looked at the mirror and looked at ourselves more deeply, that is this our moment? And therefore, I think the Navy has come of age from whatever was the brown water nomenclature given in the mid-60s to the blue water. And today we are living up to the moniker of being a preferred security partner and first responder. So this path is based on the lessons that emanate not only from the initial operations of 47, 48, which the Navy did partake in, but also the lessons we learned from 1965 as to what did we do, what we didn't do, and what we could have done. Lessons that, as was brought out by the first panel, we lived up in 1971 for all the military services. So I'm not going to stand between you and this fantastic stellar panel we have today. Needless to say, today on the stage, we have got centuries of naval expertise and maritime wisdom. Backed by a deep sense of history, many of the gentlemen on stage have written on military history and naval history. And therefore, I'm not going to stand in your way, but I would just like to bring out a point out here, especially for the younger generation, that do hang on to each word they have to say. You will learn amazing lessons. And as I always said, always be on a learning curve. So I'm going to, with all due respect, I'm going to stick to a certain protocol or a certain speaking sequence, and I would ask Commodore Ranjit Rai to speak first because he has actually been in, he was there in service in 1965. I was born after 65, so it's a question, it's a great honor for me to moderate the session, followed by Admiral Anup Singh, Admiral Chawla, and Commodore Kesnur. And I think between all four of them, they will give you an intense picture and an intricate picture and put the puzzle together of what the silent service and what the not so Cinderella service of today the Navy has begun. So, Commodore Ranjit Rai, sir, over to you. Request you around not more than 10 minutes. I will give you a reminder at 8 minutes for winding up for all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Admiral Chawla. मेरा presentation. मैं क्यों इधर हूं? मैं 1965 में एक यंग लेफ्टिनेंट था, तो ये गोल्डन जुबली है और आपको पता होना चाहिए कि मैं 22 साल का था, तो मैंने उस लड़ाई में, नेवी ने लड़ाई में नहीं टेक पार्ट किया, सिंदूर में नेवी ने नहीं टेक पार्ट किया। मैं प्रश्न पूछने वाला था, एयर मार्शल, एयर चीफ एयर मार्शल सचदेव ने इतना समझाया, 65 में क्या हुआ, क्या नहीं हुआ, सिंदूर में क्या हो गया, अरे ये क्यों नहीं बताया कि नेवी ने क्यों नहीं दोनों लड़ाई में भाग ली थी? क्योंकि मेरे ग्रैंडचिल्ड्रन पूछते हैं, दादा were you in the 65 war? अब मैं उनको बोलता हूँ नहीं, पर हम तैयार थे। अब तो है उनके ग्रैंडचिल्ड्रन पूछेंगे, भाई आप सिंदूर में थे? वो भी कहेंगे नहीं, लेकिन हम तैयार थे। So I'd like to tell you it's a pleasure to talk to you young people, because the older generation, HPN Singh there, Air Marshal Brar, I've written about Air Marshal Brar. If his action had been taken, the story of Kargil would be different. But anyway, that's part of it. So that you don't misunderstand me, I'm an Air Force trained controller. My heart and soul is with the Air Force. I have flown a Vampire with Flying Officer Low. My uncle was commanding Adapur Air Corps, or Group Captain Bhavnani. When I went there as a midshipman, he said, bring your uniform. When I went there, my uncle, जो चाचा थे, Air Group Captain थे, कहते थे चलो ले चलूंगा Vampire में. My mother said नहीं, ये नेवी में जा रहा है, ये नेवी में फ्लाइंग नहीं करेगा, आप हैं, एक जहाज में जाओगे तो मरोगे. That was the attitude in that time. You were not safe. बच्चे लोग, इंटरनेट नहीं था, मोबाइल नहीं था, कम्युनिकेशन नहीं था, पेपर में पढ़ते थे 2 दिन बाद क्या हुआ. तो इन्होंने बताया कि Pakistan is very fast. You have to be fast today. I'm pretty old, I'm 86. I try to be fast. If you can't, you're going down. They tried to tell you कि इतिहास क्यों नहीं लिखा गया. अरे जब गवर्नमेंट ने आपको बताया नहीं क्या हुआ, तो मेरे जैसे पत्रकार ऑथर 11 किताब लिख दी है मैंने, बट सब सच नहीं है, बिल्कुल नहीं, क्योंकि ये चाहा है लिखने का. So I will go with my presentation to just quickly tell you what it is all about. Can we come back to normal? Yeah. Okay. Now, Captain Pramar, I have done many conferences on this podium also, but I want to share a secret with you. When you go for conferences abroad, वो बोलते हैं, to stop an Indian talking is the most difficult thing to do. And to make a Japanese start talking is the most difficult thing to do. So you have given me 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 30 seconds, मुझे बता देना. I want to keep my principle. I've done 100 conferences. The only thing I believe in is timing. When you go to Japan, when you go to America, अगर जो आपने बोला 10 बजे आइए, तो आपको 10 बजे आना है. ये मत बोला बारिश थी. So let me start my presentation. I thank USI for inviting me. I've been on this podium when General Labier was there. तब नेवी की बात करते थे. आज भी पता चल गया, न सिंदूर में हमने पार्ट लिया, नहीं 1965. बट मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कि 1965 ने नेवी ने भाग नहीं लिया, लेकिन हम लोग को भी बुला लिया कि आप लोग बताएं आपने क्या किया. हम बताएंगे हमने क्या किया. तो अब मैं कुछ नहीं जानता, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ने नहीं बताया है, कोई लड़ाई के बारे में नहीं बताया है. आपने टीवी भी देखा है, हमने सुना सिंदूर में उस तरफ से क्या हुआ, कैसे हमने बचाया, लेकिन हमारे तरफ कुछ हर्जा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, नहीं बताया. एयर मार्शल सचदेव ने भी बोला, जब इतिहास लिखा जाएगा, अब रो रहे हैं कि मेरे जैसे लोग किताब लिखे जा रहे हैं. अरे बाबा नहीं करे हम, तो हम न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ते लिखेंगे. So Arjun Subramaniam wrote a fantastic book. I depend on it. I depend on Syed Saab in Pakistan. Every day what happened, he's written. And therefore I tried to write. But let's get on to it. Diamond Jubilee, my Diamond Jubilee also. Command and control. Admiral Soman, Vice Admiral, was the Chairman, Chief of Staff. मतलब CDS की तरह था, लेकिन उसको नहीं बताया क्या हो रहा है. जनरल चौधरी ने कहा मैं लड़ाई लड़ूंगा, कश्मीर क्या है मेरा है, मैं लड़ाई लड़ूंगा. ये हालत थी. आपने सुना था कि एयरफोर्स कलाईकुंडा से गए, थोड़ा मारपीट हुई, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ने बोला मत लड़ाई करो, तो एयरफोर्स को भी बंद कर दिया. ईस्ट में बोला ईस्ट पाकिस्तान को मत करो. तो कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, आपको ये भी बताया है कि ऐसी स्थिति हो गई देश की कि 6 सितंबर में जनरल चौधरी साहब गए थे कश्मीर, पहली तारीख पहले, और उन्होंने एयरफोर्स को हाथ जोड़ा है. चीफ मार्शल अर्जुन सिंह, जल्दी मदद करो. अरे जल्दी में क्या हो गया, एयर मार्शल ब्राउन ने बताया 4 वैम्पायर गिर गए एक दिन में. 4 वैम्पायर एक दिन में उसी वक्त, लेकिन हिम्मत दिखाई एयरफोर्स ने. इसलिए इन्होंने 71 में इतना कारोबार किया और इसलिए इज्जत के लिए आपने सिंदूर में आज किया. So I am an Air Force trained controller. I was your defense advisor in Singapore. My heart is with the Air Force, but my heart and my rest of my body and my mind is with the Navy. हम तैयार नहीं थे. पाकिस्तान ने सीटों और नीटों से बात कर ली थी, दस्तखत कर ली थी. उनके पैटर्न टैंक्स आ गए, F-66 जो एयरफोर्स ने सजाए आ गए. हमारे पास नेट कर्ट टैंक नहीं बनाया था, फॉरेनर ने बनाया था. पायलट जबरदस्त थे, लेकिन इंजन उसकी इतनी पावरफुल नहीं थी, तो लड़ाई उन्होंने की. तो मिलिट्री स्टेट ऑफ प्रिपेयर्डनेस PL 480 टिप टू माउथ. रिटायरमेंट के बाद मैंने नौकरी की है और PL 80 का फूड खाया तो मुझे रकम अच्छी मिली. Now we have got more food. Young people, this is the new India. This is yours. Work about 16 hours a day. Stop going on social media and all. And one of my teachers is here from your school. He's teaching me how to make videos. On 1st September, Pakistan Army attacked Kashmir. But the Vice Chief of Army Staff took a meeting and he said, कुछ हो रहा है कश्मीर में, लेकिन 14 दिन लगेंगे. Take my word, that is history, because we know from Pakistan and from these books. The Navy story is that it was ready, but it was not allowed to take part because हमारे जो IB के चीफ थे, जो NSA साहब कंट्रोल करते हैं IB वगैरह को, NSA नहीं था उस जमाने में, मैं भी डायरेक्टर इंटेलिजेंस था. उन्होंने बोला गाजी खड़ी हुई है बाहर बॉम्बे से. उस जमाने में बॉम्बे था, तो नेवी को बोलो पोरबंदर के आगे नहीं जाएंगे. देश की हालत क्या थी? पंडित जी मर गए थे, गुलजारी नालंदा बीच में आए. अभी भी आप राहुल गांधी वगैरह देखते रहते हैं, तो आप उस जमाने में भी वही चल रहा था. लाल बहादुर शास्त्री became the prime minister. He had no experience how to use a navy. Navy was not known. Even I was in the Navy. We did not know much, but we were ready. But we did not know what war is because we didn't take part in 62. The Air Force also was not allowed to take part in 62. So the political situation was such. Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, दिल था, लेकिन knowledge नहीं थी. और मलिक साहब जो थे, सरीन साहब जो थे, उन्होंने एक कैबिनेट डिसीजन हमारे जो है सुमन साहब को, उनको एक ऑर्डर दे दिया, यू आर नॉट टू गो बियॉन्ड पोरबंदर. ये है चिट्ठी. दिस इज प्रूफ. सो आई विल कम बैक टू इट दैट वी वर टोल्ड यू आर नॉट टू गो बियॉन्ड पोरबंदर. यू आर नॉट टू टेक एनी एक्शन अनलेस यू आर अटैक्ड. तो हाथ हमारे पीछे बंद है, तो क्या करेंगे आप? लेकिन लड़ाई के बारे में आपने बहुत सुना, कल भी सुना, आज भी सुना. 65 वॉर वाज 3 वॉर्स. 3 दफा लड़ाई हुई. 10 मिनट है मुझे, तो मैं जल्दी जल्दी जाऊंगा. इंग्लिश में पढ़ते जाइए. सॉरी, 2 minutes. I finished 8 minutes. Wonderful. First 65 war was run of Kutch. Second war was Gibraltar. Third was Grand Slam. And therefore, there were 3 wars. Ceasefire हुआ. एडवर्ड सोमन के बारे में बताया. द्वारका में ये पाकिस्तान के जहाज आके सिग्नल पढ़ लीजिए और देखिए मारा उन्होंने. ये है जामनगर, ये है पोरबंदर. The Navy is not to operate north of latitude Porbandar, not to take away offensive action unless Pakistan is forced. तो आप समझ गए, हाथ बंधे हुए थे. ये नेवी के जहाज तैयार थे, ब्रह्मपुत्र उड़ाना गए थे, बहरीन कुवैत वापस आ गए थे. लेकिन ये गाजी ने डरा दिया, देश को डरा दिया. नेवी नहीं डरी, लेकिन डरा दिया. हमारे जहाज एंटी सबमरीन बहुत तगड़े थे. ये है जो द्वारके के बारे में मैंने फोटो लिया, कितने खुश थे. एंड यू नो व्हाट, पाकिस्तान आल्सो सेड दे संक ब्रह्मपुत्र. I was in Bombay. I also thought ब्रह्मपुत्र संक. 3 दिन के बाद मीडिया को ले गए कि दिखा रहे ब्रह्मपुत्र. लेकिन पाकिस्तान में ये हो गया कि दे हैव स्ट्रक द्वारका, सोमनाथ को डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया है. ये कर दिया.
अब अपनी कहानी एक छोटी सुना दूं. I was a lieutenant going to Russia for a ship, and I was in Hungary. The Air Force was reporting from liberators. They didn't want to go near a ship because then anti-aircraft fire. So from 10 miles and 9 miles, they're reporting warship. जब वो वापस आ गए, नेवी ने ये हमारे जो जहाज थे, इनको बोला यार ये कुछ जहाज पकड़े हुए हैं हमने, इनको थोड़ा अटैक करो. मर्चेंट शिप. तो रंजीत राय एक लेफ्टिनेंट था, 26-25 साल का, लॉन्ग एनडी किया हुआ था, नेविगेटर था, मुझे भेज दिया पूना और मुझे बोला ये लिबरेटर में फ्राई करो. तो इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने क्या किया, मैं तो जानता नहीं था ज्यादा. वो बहुत एयर स्टेशन बहुत बड़ा होता है, ट्रांसपोर्ट चाहिए, सबके पास मोटर बाइक थी. तो हम किसी से लिफ्ट लेके 5 बजे जाते थे, क्योंकि वो मेडिकल करते थे. और अगर जो आपको जुकाम है, बोलेगा नॉट फिट टू फ्लाई. तो खूब मैंने नाक साफ करके, मेरा नाक थोड़ा टूटा हुआ है, लिबरेटर में गया. पहले सॉर्टी में किया, मुझे पीछे बुटा दिया उन्होंने, वो गनर एरिया में. मुझे तो पता नहीं है, डर 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 टेक ऑफ हो गया. सडनली फ्रॉम द कॉकपिट कैप्टन बोलता है, सेंड दैट ब्लडी नेवल ऑफिसर हियर. और एयरफोर्स का वो रिकग्निशन कर रहा, उसने एक जहाज देखा दूर है और वह रस्सियां होती थी. देयर वाज नो प्रेशराइजेशन. आप तो फ्लाइंग करते, अरे हवा चल रही है, ये मैं रस्सी पकड़ पकड़ के कॉकपिट में गया. मैं लेफ्टिनेंट था, वो लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर थे, एक फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट सोनी थे, स्क्वाड्रन लीडर थे. तो ये हम डरते थे. एयरफोर्स में पायलट ऑफिसर, नेवल ऑफिसर और फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट को सैल्यूट भी नहीं करते. हमारा है, हम सैल्यूट करते. तो मुझे पूछता है, लुक एट दैट शिप. मैं बोल सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. दे हैव गॉट टू सी वेल सर दैट इज मर्चेंट शिप. वापस आ गया. दूसरे दिन गया, तीसरे दिन मैंने बोला भाई मेरे से ही हो रहा. तो रस्सी बंद करके यहां से वहां जाना. एयरक्राफ्ट ऐसा चल रहा है, उनको नहीं समझ में क्या कर रहे हैं हम, बिकॉज लिबरेटर्स बिलोंग टू द नेवी, Jaguars belong to the Navy. So I said I will give them classes. I gave them classes on recognition. And she wanted again, and I said I want to go back to Bombay. So that is my story with the Liberator, and that is why I love the Navy. I have flown 2 sorties in your Liberator. अच्छा, थोड़ा डंडोरा पटोरा, ये किताब मेरी आ रही है, एक आपके mass communication से मदद कर रहा है. Somebody is helping me from your organization. Conclusion. I hope we'll all be 30 seconds. Prime Minister Shastri was sure to make Kumaramangalam the next army chief. यहाँ बोल रहे थे Malik Shaw, ये वो नाम. Shastri was sure Kumaramangalam was going to be the army chief. So he took Kumaramangalam to Tashkent. हाजी पीर 13 तारीख को आपके आर्मी ने कल सुनाया, हाजी पीर ले ली थी. जनरल दयाल, बाद में मैं मिला उनके साथ, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल रंजीत सिंह दयाल. वो भी रंजीत है, मैं भी रंजीत हूँ. एनीवे, वो लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल बन गए, मैं रह गया. एनीवे, टाशकंद, हाजी पीर. सो आप आर्मी को ये पता होना चाहिए, चंगचोरियन सेक्टर पाकिस्तान के हाथ में था. आपने मार खाई खेमखरन में, आपने कमाल किया असुल अतर बिकॉज ऑफ द इंडियन एयरफोर्स. कमाल किया. बैटल जो है असुल अतर की बैटल दुनिया में फेमस है, मैंने भी पढ़ी हुई है, मैंने भी लिखा हुआ है. एयरफोर्स ने मदद की. तो 3 services are together, like Army, Air Force and Navy were ready for Sindoor. It's an amazing army and you must learn history. Second, कल भी आपके मीटिंग में हुआ था कि 1960s में हम डरे हुए थे, सेंटो सीटो वगैरह. तो वी वर ट्राइंग टू सेटल विद पाकिस्तान कि कुछ इधर लो बॉर्डर. लेकिन politics will not allow any leader to settle. Therefore, that is the second point. Indian Navy was humiliated. Bombay में हमें कहते थे, Bombay loves the Navy. And said, आप पेटीकोट पहनते हो, बैठे थे घर पे. अरे बाबा, 1965 में हम घर पे बैठे थे. So Admiral Nanda said, if that war came, Indian Navy would go to Karachi. Finally, may I end by showing you my book this month. I showed it, and question came up. Winston Churchill said, any order I give, within 48 hours record it. So he wrote the history of Second World War, he got the Nobel Prize. And I will end by telling you, there's an article by Mr. Subramaniam, who Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had handed over to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, somebody I bet I regard very high. उनको बोला मनमोहन सिंह साहब, I want to write article, हमारा न्यूक्लियर बॉम्ब जो बना है, आप बताइए क्या हुआ? And he said, there are many no records of it, but I have told Atal Bihari Vajpayee everything. So there is a void, but you young people, make a diary. इतिहास और भूगोल बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है लड़ाई के बारे में, जिसको चाहा है लिखिए. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. That shows you're ready for lunch. Okay, I'll try and stick to the 10 minutes that the moderator has directed. You've heard a lot. I think a lot was compressed in the time that Commodore Ranjit Rai, our ace author, spoke of and spoke with so much of humor and wit. The issue that I have been asked to dwell upon is how did maritime security in Indian Navy's perception and the nation's perception change after 1965, and how did the Navy finally modernize after 1965? I want to clarify two things. The first thing is that we were very fortunate, and we must thank our ancestors in the white uniform, the Indian ancestors, who insisted when the Indian Navy was still the Royal Indian Navy from 1946 onwards, insisted with their British seniors that firstly, we do not want to be a buyer's navy like most other navies are. We want to become a builder's navy, which is a very, very difficult task for a country like us, even today. But we achieved it because we had daredevil and absolutely determined ancestors in the white uniform, the Indians. And that is how the Navy has been building warships within the country, mainly for the most part in Indian defense PSUs, but now also for the last about 10, 15 years in private sector yards, of which there are very few in India, but we are encouraging them to develop. The second thing that I want to tell you is that these same people insisted with their British seniors that now that we've got independence, we've got only sloops and very old vintage vessels which won't last too long. They are of initial World War II vintage belonging to the British Navy, which came to the Royal Indian Navy. So because of pursuing this persuasion with the British, they gave us a large number of heavy duty warships, most of them brand new, except the Vikrant, the first aircraft carrier, which was a light aircraft carrier. We were perhaps the only developing country at that time to have an aircraft carrier. In fact, just the fifth country at that time. They gave us a cruiser INS Delhi, the first INS Delhi in 1948. They gave us another cruiser, a heavier one, in 1957. And they gave us brand new, 8 brand new frigates and destroyers. So we were a handsome navy in the 60s. A really handsome navy for a country which was poor and for a country which had missed the Industrial Revolution. Yet there was a problem. We could not sustain at sea. What we use as a term amongst navies is sea legs, meaning can you endure at sea on your own without seeking help from a port, either in your own country or abroad. That was a capability which was missing because the only fuel oil tanker that we had was an old ship of World War II vintage from Italy. Only 3,500 tons, so it could hardly carry any fuel, called INS Shakti, the first. We graduated to INS Deepak, made in Germany at our expense in 1968. That was the first replenishment tanker that we had. One is not enough, even for one coast. Because in India and in the Indian Ocean, temperature, humidity, and salinity really take their toll on metal hulls and their machinery. That's why we keep saying 1/3 of our platforms have to be under maintenance at any time. At times it is more than that. So you have to remember this. Therefore, we require more ships in our environment and very capable ships with long sea legs. Now about the question of maritime security. There are two types of maritime security threats or challenges that any country, any maritime country faces. The first one is a traditional threat, which means one country attacking another, which used to be the case. Fortunately, when the India-China debacle took place, the Chinese were not capable enough to come into the Indian Ocean. Even now, they are not really capable insofar as blue water capabilities. But with Pakistan, this problem was always there, and we were fortunate, once again, thanks to our ancestors, that we have had a force which is not just reckonable, but very powerful. So what did we do? In 1965, despite having a handsome navy, our problem was that most of our navy was deployed in the Bay of Bengal since July, August of 1965, when they had already come into the run of Kutch and gone back. And they were planning to go into Punjab, which happened later. When they started carrying out more assaults in J&K, at that time, the chief of the naval staff was pulling his hair apart and going to the Raksha Mantri, Mr. Y.V. Chauhan, to say, how is it the navy is not being allowed to come back from the Bay of Bengal? Why was she in the Bay of Bengal? Because most of the ships were required to protect the Andaman Nicobar Islands, since Indonesia, all of a sudden, under Sukarno, President Sukarno, had turned hostile towards India. And he started claiming Great Nicobar Island. In fact, he said most of the Nicobar Islands should belong to me. And he had received a large number of ships and submarines from the USSR. He offered to send 2 submarines and 2 missile boats to Pakistan when the war was going on, which he actually dispatched. But in any case, they reached late and the Pakistanis could not have deployed them under international law. Now, when it comes to modernization after 65, so when the chief of the naval staff asked the defense minister and he did not agree, he went to Mr. Shastri, the prime minister. Prime minister said, look, the answer is no, because we want it to be treated not as a war, but a local skirmish. So मेरा question तो मैं तो खैर 9th standard में था, पर जब मैंने history पढ़ी, तो मैंने कहा Air Force और Army गुल्ली डंडा खेलने गए हुए थे वहां पे, कि Navy को मना कर दिया. You all understand गुल्ली डंडा? Long before cricket, made in India. Now, he tried to tell them that, look, the main force in any country is a maritime force if you're a peninsula, if you're a maritime nation, to put pressure. Pakistan Navy won't find its feet even though it has a submarine called Ghazi. But it won't find its feet in the presence of such a dominant naval force. But Shastriji insisted, no, you're not to go north of the Porbandar latitude. And in any case, you are to remain defensive unless Pakistani Air Force or ships carry out any assault on it. So that is a story insofar as keeping quiet was concerned. Coming back to after 1965, when the 62 war took place, 2 years later, the defense minister, Mr. Chauhan, took a delegation comprising of senior naval officers, army officers, and Air Force officers to 3 countries. Because a committee was set up by Pandit Nehru in Parliament, which had given its report in 1963, giving figures how strong the Army, Navy, and Air Force should be. And all these three countries where they visited, particularly the United States and Britain, they regretted inability to give you any weapons. Even when an insistence was made that you have given it to Pakistan, they said, sorry. British, of course, said that our economy and our force size now does not permit us to give you even an Oberon class submarine, which we have promised in 1955. So the Soviet defense attaché, this is interesting, and therefore I still have time as per my clock, which had stopped in between. So the British defense attaché, sorry, the Soviet defense attaché met Mr. P.V.R. Rao, who later became defense secretary in 1965. In 64, he was our deputy high commissioner in UK. And he said, your delegation has come to Britain. It also went to the USSR, but you did not want to listen to us. Nobody out of these Western countries is willing to give you anything for the Navy because they feel the India-China war that took place, the Navy was not involved. Why don't you come to the USSR and we'll give you everything, including for the Navy, which you dearly need. That's how we went to the USSR. Whatever was denied by the British and the Americans, they gave us. And they gave us at full speed. By 1969, we had the first of the 4 Foxtrot class submarines. We had the first 2 of the 4 submarine chasers or corvettes, the Petya class ships. By 1979, we had 4 out of the 5 Kashin class destroyers, which we had never dreamt of, and a large number of types of aircraft for the Air Force and tanks for the Army. That is the story that changed the nature of defensive, but more importantly, deterrence capability amongst the Indian Armed Forces. So our nature of our naval force completely changed after 1965. That's how things mattered, how they mattered in 1971 during the conflict. Thank you.
And all this comes under the general ambit of what is called in global terms management of defense, management and governance of defense in a democracy. We are not here to practice democracy, but to protect. And that's what we have done over the years. And may I request Adam Chawla to kindly present.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I had the good fortune on the 50th anniversary of the 65 war, being the Director General Naval Operations, to oversee the writing of a revised history of the 65 war. And so I speak with that knowledge. A lot of research went in. The Director General of Naval Operations Office holds the classified histories of the wars, which are all of which are not public. So firstly, I would just like to say that, I, with due respect to my previous speakers, the Navy participated pretty actively in the 65 war. I'll give you the analogy of a football team, jo aapko samajh aayega when children understand. And this was mentioned by the Prime Minister also in orally and subsequently in writing in a roundabout way to the then Chief of Naval Staff. A football team mein there is a forward and there is a center forward and there is a goalkeeper and there are also backs. So I would say if you use that analogy, the Navy played the role of a full back in that war. Despite wanting to be offensive as they are brought out, the Navy was not allowed to go on the offensive. Neither did the Pakistani Navy go on the offensive. So it was pretty much the maritime theater was by design kept out of the war, except the Pakistani Navy came and lobbed a few shells. But the Prime Minister wrote a very interesting letter to the Chief of Naval Staff. And as Admiral Anup Singh has mentioned, he said that we would like to express a gratitude for 2 things. Among other things he mentioned, time is short. Number 1 was the safety of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And this is a fact. I was the defense attaché in Indonesia from 98 to 2001. और वहाँ जो एक submarine museum है उनकी, that was a submarine that was sent to Karachi in the 1965 war. And one of the guides was a sailor who was on board that submarine. It happened to be, and I had a long chat with him and then had lunch with him and got to know what all they did and did not do. But it was a fact that 65 war hua, the army was in charge of the defense of the Andaman Nicobar Islands, and the army was shipped out because army ki shortage thi. So the army was moved out and the navy was told to go in and take over the defense of these islands. And these are very critical islands. So, you know, I mean, if today you imagine that the Nicobar Islands were lost under some circumstance because you didn't have the force level. So one of the cruisers and two destroyers were there for the defense of these islands. The second was the safety of the merchant shipping. The supplies that were coming in were vital. We had 220 merchant ships of the Indian flag that time. Pakistan only had 11 or 12. If we had been allowed, we could have intercepted the Pakistani shipping, but since we were not allowed to go north of that latitude, which was mentioned earlier. So I would say the Navy took part in the way that it was allowed to take part. And we wish, of course, that more could have been done. But I would like to correct that impression that it did not take part in the war. It didn't take part in any offensive action of the war. You know, I've been asked to say what are the lessons learned for the future. So, sabse pehle to yahi hai. The first lesson really is that our political leadership, we have to convince the armed forces. We have to give them the confidence. I think Op Sindoor was an apt example. Because the democratic side jo hai, they are not experienced in the armed forces. They don't have previous service or knowledge. In a democracy, most of the countries are like that. So it is the role of the armed forces. It is our role. And since then, of course, all the three services and the Navy has a particular lesson in this regard from the 62 and 65 wars is to try and educate our policy makers ki hum kya kar sakte hain. What is it that we can deliver to the national defense? Because finally, jo leader hai, democratic leader hai, he takes a decision based on a much larger interest. As a Navy, I'm only looking at my part. As an Army, I'm looking at their part, or the Air Force, their part. But the leader has to look at the national, what is the national interest? How is it going to play out? Or agar unko awareness nahi hai, and that awareness should be done. So that is one thing that we as military men have always ensured, that we need to ensure they are aware कि हम ये कर सकते हैं और इसका आपके लिए ये फायदा हो सकता है. Rest of the decision, of course, we are a democracy, is up to the political leadership. The second one was, of course, the self-reliance and the force levels. Now, force levels की मैं बात क्यों कर रहा हूँ? 65 में क्या हुआ कि the INS Vikrant was the only aircraft carrier we had. It was a very capable aircraft for that carrier for that time, with very good aircraft, Seahawk and Elise aircraft. March में जब लड़ाई शुरू हुई, you know, these troubles started in the run of Kutch. उधर कोई उस टाइम एयरफोर्स की एयरफील्ड नहीं थी. Whereas the Pakistanis had Badin airfield, which was very close to the border. So the government actually deployed Vikrant off the run of Kutch. So for almost 2 months, Vikrant was operating off that. It familiarized itself, the pilots, with the terrain. The army came on board. There were a lot of preparatory meetings held. That crisis time, the ship was present there. Uske baad wo वापस चला गया when the crisis blew over. In April, the second crisis came, and now Vikrant was due for a refit. Ships जो हैं वो maintenance के लिए due होती है. So April it came back, it entered into a refit, and 2 days later again trouble started. So it was again pulled out of refit and again sent off the Gulf of Kutch. But then the Prime Minister of Great Britain at that time, Mr. Harold Wilson, he intervened. There was a diplomatic mission. And so it subsided. And so it so happened that in the end of April, Vikrant finally went into refit. And it was in refit when the war started. So that was one major component of the Navy that was not available because it could not be made ready in time. So iska lesson, Navy has been saying since time immemorial that you have to have at least 3 aircraft carriers. क्योंकि एक carrier जो है वो refit में रहेगा, and we feel there should be a requirement for one carrier on either coast. अभी हमारे पास 2 हैं, so even today this force has not been achieved. And आपको ये हैरानी होगी कि the first cabinet paper, plans paper, not cabinet paper, in 1948 envisaged the requirement for 5 to 6 light fleet carriers for the Indian Navy. So that is one thing, but despite that, force levels have increased. And the second major gap that we had that time was of a submarine force. So Pakistan has been brought out by Commodore Ranjit Rai and Admiral Anup Singh, had got PNS Ghazi. और interestingly, यही ship था Ghazi जो हमने 1971 में off Visakhapatnam जिसको डुबाया. So that was the only submarine that was available in both sides. And so there was a big apprehension in the government. But the Navy told the government, we have 6 latest anti-submarine frigates, and we are exercising with the British submarines all the time. So we are confident we can handle it, but unfortunately, that dispensation was not given. And immediately after that, a couple of years after that, we got our first submarine. So I think एक lesson जो है that you have to keep abreast of technology. You have to keep जो आपके दुश्मन के पास जो है force levels. You must know what he has, what he can do, and you have to arm yourselves accordingly. And that is not very difficult. And as Admiral Anup Singh brought out, today from aircraft carriers to nuclear submarines, India has the capability and Indian Navy has insisted to build it in India. So I'm sure we will not have a shortfall, but we do need to fill up certain force levels even today. I think the last thing that I would like to mention due to shortage of time is the fact that जो Indonesia की बात, and this I'm relating all to 1965, the fact that Indonesia, which was a country whom we helped get independence, जो President Sukarno था, उसकी जान हमने बचाई थी. Mr. Bijo Patnaik was the one who saved him and flew him out, because of which actually the Indian Air Force set up the Indonesian Air Force. I was the defense attaché, so I know that there's a very deep association. But somehow this friendship fell apart, and in 1963, it reached an all-time low, and in 1965, this is what happened. So one of the lessons the Navy has learned is जो हमारी maritime neighborhood है, which includes our neighboring countries, Southeast Asian countries, East Africa, all the island countries in the Indian Ocean region, उनके साथ हमारा influence जहाँ तक हो सके वो important होना चाहिए. So we have paid a lot of attention to maintaining, in the Navy we call it shaping the maritime environment. So in the long years of peace, you have to shape the maritime environment to your favors, ताकि जब लड़ाई आएगी, it is like in a gully, if there are bullies, you start establishing alliances so that you are at a benefit, you get help, assistance, or at least they do not provide assistance to the adversary when war breaks out. So I think this is very important. And so the Navy's diplomatic role and the foreign cooperation role in training personnel from other countries, neighboring countries. Today we train naval personnel from 40 different countries. Almost all the countries in the neighborhood, except of course Pakistan, come to us for training. And that establishes bonds of friendship and training. And because of that, we have also established a maritime domain awareness network, जिससे हमको पता रहता है कि हमारे समुद्र में around us what is happening, and we have accurate information. So I would say that 65 war was, I'll conclude by saying the Navy played the role of a fullback. It was not allowed to play forward, but I think that role was played to the best extent that it could do. The lessons that were learned were really applied in 71 and beyond. And I think this is a continuing education, because जो war at sea है, वो किसी को जो land पे रहता है उसको समझ नहीं आती. The Navy is said to be the silent service, because the minute you sail 3 miles from the coast, people lose sight of you. You can see the aircraft flying overhead, you can see the army around you, but the Navy is far away. And the submarines are called the silent arm of the silent service, because वो तो बेचारे एक बारी submerge कर जाए, nobody knows what's happening except who's inside. So I think this awareness of the role of the Navy, today 90% of our entire trade is dependent on the seas. Our economy is dependent on the seas. All our oil and gas comes from over the seas. And in the end, you must remember, one very great historian said that India never lost her independence until she lost control of the seas. And that's when the colonial empires came in, when the Portuguese came in from 1498. So we should never lose the sight of the importance of the seas as a strategic arena, for our economic well-being and for our security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know most of you are well versed with the term continentality, but there is an equal important term called maritime. And for a nation like India, we need to balance both these terms. And I request Commodore P.S. to finally top up with this vision.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I suffer from multiple disadvantages. First is that I follow three very esteemed seniors, and when they have already covered all ground, you can't even be a fullback. You end up being the reserve or the extra who gets drinks on the pitch. Secondly, I'm also aware that many of you are impatient for lunch. So, Parmar put me out here just at this difficult ghadi, as we say. Anyway, so I'll try and add a bit more value, if I can, to what the previous panelists have already said, insofar as the Navy is concerned. And I was told to speak about how maritime strategy must evolve and in what ways it must. So the short answer, should maritime strategy evolve over the period of time? Obviously, yes. But what are the lessons that the 1965 war gives us with regard to the construction of a maritime strategy by a nation? So those are some of the points that I'm trying to bring out. I think it was last Sunday, the Sunday before this one, that Swapan Dasgupta wrote in the Times of India, where he mentioned at what point does a country build national resolve or a backbone for taking certain kind of actions. And he traced the history of the country from 47 onwards. And obviously in 1965, the trajectory with regard to where this national resolve was at best somewhat iffy. So therefore, how does a country with a certain kind of national resolve decide to deploy its navy? And you can see that in many examples have been given, so I don't want to repeat. But I'll give you a solid example of merchant ship called Steel Defender and Steel Avengers. These were Pakistani merchant ships carrying weapons for Pakistan. They were impounded by the Indian Navy, but because we were told take no action, they were actually escorted until the latitude of Porbandar and told to make their way to Karachi while carrying arms and ammunition for Pakistan. In 1971, there was a ship called the Venus Challenger carrying weapons, and it was the attacks on Karachi that removed Venus Challenger and in effect neutralized whatever advantage Pakistan might have got out of that ammunition ship. So these are markedly different ways in which national resolve comes to play. So one of the important aspects, maritime strategy is a function of national strategy, which in turn is a function of national policy and national resolve. So where was the national resolve with regard to Navy? Coming in a bit more, from there you move to joint services. Now, General Chaudhary was the army chief, and it requires Air Chief Marshal P.C. Lal to say that, look, he saw the Air Force as peripheral and Navy as having no role in 1965 war. So Air Chief Marshal Lal, having lots of respect for General Chaudhary, says he had the Supremo syndrome. Now the point is General Chaudhary was Army Commander South, and when Admiral Soman was the fleet commander of the Indian fleet during 61 Goa liberation. Goa liberation offered you a perfect template for how to operate together. Despite that, India forgot the lessons 4 years. I don't know whether it has anything to do with the weather of Delhi, but the point is that by 1965, these same gentlemen forgot to get their act together, with the result that General Chaudhary tells Admiral Soman, don't get your ships back from Calcutta, let them remain there, and so on and so forth. So we know this. The point, therefore, is the first axis of maritime strategy, therefore, should be to get a buy-in from the political leadership, as Admiral Chawla said, and get a buy-in from the other two services as to the role that the Navy can play in the maritime domain.
I mean, there were lots of other things apart from the fact that we were kept out of war. Even the defense of Andaman and Nicobar. In 1961, Army says, I can't fight Anjadeep, you guys, naval guys do it. So it was for the Navy fighting a land battle for the first time. Now it's the Navy being asked to defend Andaman and Nicobar. These are not things that the Navy is supposed to be doing. So this was the Army's territory actually. The air defense of Bombay was being done by Indian Navy because the Air Force could not come in. So of course there were capability constraints, but the point is to get a buy-in from the other two services and have a clarity with regard to what each one of us is supposed to do. So that has to be the first prong of a future maritime strategy, and I'm sure that is there. The second one is to be able to fire and fight. We need to find and fuel, you know. And of course, the fuel part has been brought out by Admiral Anup Singh. Shakti, single tanker. Now, you can't have a blue water navy if you're going to be constrained. And therefore, of course, the Indian Navy is invested in tankers. Now, Admiral Sampson says, he was a fleet commander, Chippy Sampson. He says, my challenge was to find the Pakistani fleet, maritime domain awareness. And again, therefore, India has invested, the Indian Navy has invested a great deal in maritime domain awareness. But the central point before fueling and finding is what is our imagination of the theater that we are going to play a role in. Okay, because you're going to determine your maritime domain awareness and fueling arena depending on your imagination of the area that Navy is. And we'd like, of course, the Navy to be global, but I'm glad that this is being enunciated in terms of Indo-Pacific, Indo, and the IMSS 15, Indian Maritime Security Strategy, clearly spells out what are your primary and secondary areas of interest. I think Admiral Chawla had a big role to play in that. So therefore, we need to have a concept or imagination about the space that the Navy is going to operate in. That ought to be the second prong of your maritime strategy. Third one, recently we had a British officer turned analyst called Richard Sharp, who commented sharply about India, you know, when he saw the INS Tamal coming from Russia. He said, why should we help these guys? Look, they have all gone to the Russians all along. And at the same time saying, but these ships are no good. That itself was a contradiction. If the ships were no good, he ought not to have been concerned. But again, he forgot his own history, as has been brought out by Admiral Anup Singh, that we actually went to the British and the Americans in 64, said, give us equipment. They didn't give. And that caused us to turn to the Russians, who laid a red carpet. Of course, we were able to dramatically change our inventory between 65 to 71, manpower enhanced, embraced the Russians, got hold of submarines, Petias, Amba, landing ships. Fantastic work we did. The moot point here is that someone we thought was a friend turned against. Okay? So history is rhyming itself, as they say. If you're seeing a lot of things that are happening today in terms of who we regard as friend or foe, you know, now the point is not that. That, of course, geopolitical experts will tell you. The point for maritime strategy is we ought to therefore think in terms of future forecasting and net assessment, because your political scenarios can go astray. I don't know if Trump turning around is a black swan event. I mean, I don't know if anyone in net assessment had forecast that he would do a 180 degrees turn. But armed forces build up, since it requires lots of time, money, effort. I think we need to invest a lot more in forecasting what the future would be, in thinking in terms of net assessment, and in reading the winds of change if we can. The other points come to force levels. Of course, the tactical operational situation was that Pakistan, China, and Indonesia, as has been brought out both by Admiral Anup Singh and Admiral Chawla, was you know, they were in a sense ring fencing us in a hostile manner. Why did Indonesia change again? And he is brought out in 1950 on the INS Delhi. Panditji actually sailed to Indonesia and hosted Sukarno. And despite that, there was a low. We must continue to make these efforts, but we must also be sanguine about how these changes will happen. So again, we need to consider that in our making of our strategy. Now, I come to ideology and information warfare aspects. Look, the India or Indian Navy does not fight religious wars or ideological wars, and obviously that should be what it is. We must not. But we must not be blind to the fact that adversary might do
and during the war. It will also involve a discussion on how the NCC has continued to play a supportive but proactive role during conflicts since 1965 and how the Punjab Police continues to uphold internal security, secure sensitive border areas, check infiltrators, and arrest illicit cross-border trades. And for this session, we have with us Honorable Major General Jagatveer Singh, retired, as our moderator. Major General Jagatveer Singh, Vishisht Seva Medal, was commissioned into the 18th Cavalry in December 1981. A second-generation officer, he is an alumni of the Doon School, Dehradun, and St. Stephen's College. He commanded an armored brigade in the desert sector, which he oversaw its conversion to Arjun tanks and also commanded the prestigious 1st Armored Division. Major General Singh served as the United Nations military observer in Iraq and Kuwait during the period between the two Gulf Wars. He was brigade major of a mountain brigade actively involved in counterinsurgency operations in the Northeast and worked in the military secretary's branch at Army headquarters. Additionally, he served as director of Tri-Services Institutes at the Headquarters Integrated Defense Staff. In February 2018, he retired as the Director General of Resettlement, where he played a vital role in the welfare and resettlement of ex-servicemen. May I please invite Major General Jagatveer Singh to come upon the stage? And on the panel, we have Colonel Mandeep Singh, retired. Colonel Mandeep Singh served in the Army Air Defense. A graduate of Defense Services Staff College, he commanded his regiment during operations against Pakistan and later along the line of actual control. He has authored 7 books, including History of Indian Air Defense Artillery 1940 to 45 and Forgotten History of Hong Kong, Singapore Royal Artillery. May I please invite Colonel Mandeep Singh to join us on the stage? Joining him, we have Mr. Man Aman Singh Cheena, a senior assistant editor with the Indian Express in Chandigarh. Mr. Man Aman Singh Cheena has been reporting on national security and defense affairs for close to 3 decades. He holds a master's degree in defense and strategic studies, a second master's degree in journalism, and also 2 bachelor's degrees in law and business administration, respectively. He was stationed in General Area Pathankot, Gurdaspur, Der Baba Nanak, and Amritsar during the intense drone and missile exchange. Apart from security affairs, Mr. Man Aman also covers politics and governance in Punjab and has covered all major political parties active in the state, including BJP, Congress, Akali Dal, and AAP. Man Aman Singh also writes a weekly column, Military Digest, for the Indian Express, which is largely focused on military history. May I please invite Mr. Man Aman Singh Cheena to join us on the stage? And rounding out the panel, we have Mr. Akshay D. Mandlik. Mr. Akshay D. Mandlik is an assistant professor in the Department of Social Work at St. Joseph's University in Bengaluru. With a specialization in community development and experience as a National Cadet Corps officer, he blends academic knowledge with practical insight. He holds a postgraduate degree in social work from Bangalore University and a bachelor's in industrial relations and economics. He has contributed to research projects, journal publications, and academic workshops, and serves as a resource person in various professional forums. He actively participates in faculty development programs and guides PhD researchers. May I please invite Mr. Akshay D. Mandlik to come upon the stage? And now may I please request our honorable panel and moderator to stand up for a group photograph.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this introduction and for introducing all my co-panelists. It is indeed a privilege and an honor for me to be here today to discuss something which is not very often discussed. And that is the role of, apart from we heard the diplomatic role yesterday, we started with that, the larger picture, then we went on to the Army, Air Force and the Navy. But very few times has, the subject of the role of the NCC and the other auxiliary services, and in this case, the Punjab Police in conflict being discussed. And as we proceed today, I'm sure you will all realize that they played a very major role in this conflict. And as we move forward in times, as you've seen from 65 to 2025, the borders are being blurred, the conflicts are being blurred. So now, in the era of so-called non-contact warfare, you will have even a greater role being played by, such like organizations and such like institutions in the years to come. So very few people have written about, talked about, or mentioned the role of the NCC and the Punjab Police during the 1965 war. And I've got a large number of NCC cadets here, sitting here amongst us. So I'm very happy that, we'll be addressing exactly what you would be facing in case you would have been there in 65 and what you face now in 2025. So we'll have your experiences also. And I'm looking forward to your interaction with all of you, because you'll be able to tell us how do you visualize the future of such organizations like the NCC. Now, as far as Punjab goes, Punjab, everyone knows is a border state. We have other border states also. J&K, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat are western border states as far as the adversary that we fought in 1965 is concerned. Now, how did the organizations here react to the war? What were their tasks given to them? What were the challenges faced by them? That will come out. And again, one of the organizations that sprung out after the 1965 war, based on the experiences of the Punjab Police with Manamar Chima Vinkaras, is the BSF. BSF was established for the 65 war. Very few of us know, and it's not very well documented, that before 65, the Punjab Armed Police was responsible for the security of the border right from Jammu down to Ganganagar or Pakistan, Ganganagar, and then in the south you have the Rajasthan Armed Police. So I mean, these are organizations which are not touched about. And as far as the NCC goes, the young NCC cadets here, I'm sure you all know that there was a young cadet that time, Sergeant Pratap Singh, who was awarded, that time it was called Ashoka Chakra Class 3, today it's called Shaurya Chakra. He was awarded that when he, they saved at Gurdaspur station, there was an ammunition train that had been hit by air from Pakistan. Apart from this, we've talked from the Air Force, the people talked about the various, means of the way the air warfare battle was conducted. But some of you will not know that during 1965, there were 3 air stations in Punjab, that is Pathankot, Azampur and Harwara, where the Pakistanis dropped commandos to try to, inflict damage on these air stations. And that is where, there's a mixture of Punjab Police and NCC and the locals who got together, and I think out of all the paratroopers, I think 120 or so landed, and very few got away. I think only 10 got away, that was long enough. And the 10 who got away were mainly from Pathankot. So to discuss all these issues, to speak about these, we have a very, distinguished panel that has been introduced to all of you. So I think they ask you to please, since you've been in NCC and you're in a college looking after students who are also in NCC, can you tell us about the role of NCC and how did you utilize it in 65?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the panelists. How am I connected to this conference? Well, I think my father was in the army, My grandfather also served in the army. My dad's sisters, both the sisters are married to an Air Force officers. My dad's uncle was in the army. His father was in the army, Veer Chakra. So, in fact, my brother's in the army, and my cousins are also in the army. Yeah. So, I in fact, whenever I was on Choti, there was never a day where you will sleep easily because every day is a early morning. Even if you are in your cousin's house, uncle's house, you're always waking up. Yeah, I think that's something very important. Something very important I saw in the first session. All the alumnus of the NCC from the armed forces were part of this panel. I think that should also speak in relation to how important NCC is as part of its contribution to the nation building. I'll quickly start off of what role the NCC has played, though the major part of it was supposed to be presented by certain personals from the armed forces, from the NCC. They're not here, but I'll just give you a glance into what NCC has done and how it is shaping young minds into brighter future. Just a quick history. It's a tri-service organization. It is replicating in terms of how we give training. You have the Army wing, Air wing, and the Naval wing, giving impact from all the three main services. The history, I'll just touch upon it, starts off with something that was called as a University Corps in 1917 to fulfill the lack of personnel for the army. And I think that's how the whole history has come inside. Later, the name was changed to University Corps. And then, of course, later in 1942, it was renamed as University Officers Training Corps. So that was the gist of where the genesis of NCC comes from. The main thing came in from the Kunzur Committee in 1946, which established NCC in 1948 officially from the Act coming inside. The DG NCC right now is Lieutenant General Gulbir Par Singh, AVSM, VSM. In 1948, the three main aims of NCC reflected on developing character and leadership, service and defense preparedness, as well as nation building. The first one still remains the same. The second one has changed little. I think post 1971, there was some changes to the syllabus, and that's the reason why you will see a drastic change in terms of support and in terms of nation building and more into social service activities. A few glimpses of what role the NCC has played in 1965. Here you can see some pictures I was able to extract from the motivational hall from DG NCC office way back in 2022. Hopefully they will help in bringing up some aspects to this presentation. So here you can see the main roles. I'll just highlight them, mainly manning civil defense, post patrols and lookouts to reveal police and armed forces. They've also helped in hospital duties as well as traffic assistance during 1965. Providing first aid. Here you can see they're guarding important government establishments, Akashwani, telephone exchange, and post office. You can see them digging funds in the western border. I think Sir would reflect a lot more on what happened there. They were also part of firefighting services as well as rescue operations. And of course, I think Sir has already mentioned of the exemplary service and an act of bravery what Cadet Under Officer Pratap Singh had done in 1965 in saving a lot more of destruction that could have happened from the Pakistani air raid on the railway station. Post 1971, we have seen a quick change. You will see character formation has still remained same. Something else that has come in is to create human resource of organized, trained, aid and motivated youths to provide leadership in all walks of life. That is something right now what the NCC is drastically doing in terms of its aims. And third one, of course, sustainable environment to motivate youth to take armed forces as a career. I'm proud to say that I think for my institution, we have about 56 cadets who have got into the armed forces. Under me, I think I am 8 years in NCC right now. I have about 8 of them who have got commissioned, 3 of them are under training right now. So it shows that how NCC is showing its resemblance to the aims as well as how it can be put into grassroots level intervention. Some training aspects, as I said, after 1971 changed. You have institutional training, camp training, adventure training. Social service is something that right now I'm sure all the cadets here are part and parcel of it. Sports is another arena which they excel in. Youth exchange programs, attachment training with armed forces, with the training establishments, OTAs, IMAs, NDA is what cadets are able to avail. Leadership camps, you have basic leadership camps and advanced leadership camps where cadets are able to improve on their personality development. I'll skip this part. Training, some pictures again for you in terms of what happens in camps. You have from a normal combined annual training camp to the most prestigious, the Republic Day, as well as the youth action programs. There are a series of camps which happen in all the 3 wings, Army, Air Wing, as well as the Naval Wing. Adventure activities, proud to say that recently I think the NCC boys and girls group has scaled Mount Everest in 2025. This was also done in 2016 with the girls team which climbed Mount Everest. I think this is the 3rd time we are doing it. Various social service activities that the NCC is part of, because the sports and youth exchange program. Yeah, you have something that more is getting stressed into is getting the cadets into the armed forces. So SSB capsules, workshop, personal development is something that they're stressing upon right now. Village adoptions, flood relief work, and COVID assistance is something I think in 2022-21 I was part of the COVID work that was happening. I was awarded the highest NCC award, the Raksha Mantri Padak. I will not boast, but I had buried more than 600 COVID affected dead bodies when nobody was actually burying anything. So I think that came from I think that came from the blood of an army personnel, and of course the training that the NCC is giving. And sure, two or three of my cadets have also awarded the DG NCC commendation. So that's a proud moment. Way forward, I think right now NCC is expanding. Recently in July 2025, from 13 lakhs to 20 lakhs is what the change is supposed to come inside. We are seeing the effects. Second thing is inclusion of the ex-servicemen to the NCC. The process has already started. And of course, NCC has an open elective from co-curricular and extracurricular activity. It has been made into an academic curriculum. So I think that's something that has come inside. So I think that just to quickly conclude, I think NCC is an exemplary organization. You have a lot of opportunities. Cadets do get to go to various camps, take up lots of opportunities, and everything is for free if you're part of a government establishment. So with that, I will quickly conclude. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you very much for giving us a very nice overview of the NCC. And also something you touched upon is how the charter is changed over the years, and now more focus is on social activity than on defense preparedness. So I mean, we'll be discussing a bit of the defense preparedness role, and I'll also ask Mandeep to tell us about the change of this role of NCC which is taken place, and you know how to visualize the way forward. And it's a huge resource. See, they're talking about 20 lakh people there, that's 2 million cadets. Look at the amount. So there's a huge resource you have, and young, energetic, fit people who are sitting here all part of that resource. There's a very healthy young resource that you have. So how best to utilize this resource in building the nation, and how did this resource come to our help in 1965 and the other? Yeah, you can go there.
Yeah. You got it.
And you just heard about the NCC, the charter, the activities that are there. I'll quickly go back in time for just about 1 minute. You heard about the raising of NCC in 1948. If I remember correctly, it was on the last Sunday of November 48 that the then Prime Minister visited the camp, the first camp of NCC that was there. Now, he's already talked about the predecessor of NCC. There is also a Youth Development Act, which was passed by the government to formulate the concept of NCC, what it will be, what its charter will be. Basically, it was taken as a second line of defense at that time. General Jagatbir said later that the border security force came in, the borders were handled by the armed police earlier. That time there was no BSF, there was no ITBP, there was no CISF, there was no Sashastra Seema Bal, which is there on the Nepal border. So all these duties were actually being done by the police on the borders. And the second line of defense was taken as to be the NCC. So if you look at it, this is actually a copy of the Gazette notification, the special Gazette notification of September 1965, when extra duties were given to NCC for during the war. I'll just read them out. It was to provide passive air defense duties. That is, man civil defense post, maintain essential services, traffic control, manning static signal installations, then administration and running of camps. Now, all these duties, as has already been shown, were actually carried out. This is then Prime Minister Shastri visiting one of the camps, and we have also seen this. In fact, the Akashvani Bhavan in Delhi, the All India Radio office, that was secured by NCC during the war. This is Sergeant Pratap Singh. You may have seen his photograph.
Yeah, any one of you, when were you awarded this? Which date did that incident take place? And where did it take place? Any NCC cadet?
Pop quiz. Nobody? Okay, it was on 13th of September 1965. Gurdaspur is a town in Punjab. There was a train which was coming in carrying ammunition. The Pakistan Air Force attacked that train, and the train caught fire. Sergeant Pratap Singh was in 10 Punjab Battalion. He, with his other cadets, came to save that. And you know, dealing the burning coaches. There was in fact a railway fireman called Shri Chaman Lal. He was awarded the Ashoka Chakra Class 1, which is now called the Ashoka Chakra. Sergeant Pratap Singh was awarded also Ashoka Chakra Class 3. So they were instrumental in trying to save that and stopping more damage occurring to the railway station and to the civilians who were around there. So 13th September 1965. Fine? Hope you remember that. This is the citation which has already been shown to you. Now, sir, if you don't mind, we'll come to the future of NCC a bit later. Why I'm talking about 65? Because what was happening around there. So NCC was manning the static post. They were providing traffic control duties. They were providing relief to the wounded people, carrying out first aid duties. The border was actually earlier, before they was secured by the Punjab Down Police. And an incident, what happened was what General Jagatbir mentioned. On night 6th, 7th September, Pakistan dropped paratroopers at 3 places. The plan was actually of 4. They dropped it at 3. Ambala, sorry, not Ambala, Pathankot, Adampur and Halwara. Now, there was nobody to react immediately. At Pathankot, about the group that was dropped at each place was about 1 or 2 officers and about 60 men, the Pakistani commandos which were there. So what happened at Pathankot was they dropped at about 2:30 in the night, and the villagers got together to catch them. So that was all that was there. And by the morning next day, most of them had been rounded up. If you read the Pakistani account also, they say that we were trying to go to the airfield, and the commandos met an armed party of Indian Army, and they had a firefight with that. So there is nothing like that which actually happened. It was just the villagers carrying those lathis. Somebody may be having a 12-bore gun. They rounded them up. Imagine commandos being held by the villagers there. Now the other two places, Adhampur and Halwara, there was a Punjab armed police pickets there, which were guarding the airfields. They also got into the act and rounded off these paratroopers. When the information about these paratroops came, the command headquarters of army told the local commanders, they tried to get hold of people to, wrap them up. Now, the NCC comes into play. There were two armored squadrons of NCC. One was at Patiala and one was at Ludhiana. So they were told, now you activate. And they had those old armored cars. The small little, you can say, modified jeep with the armored covering and small little gun. So two armored cars each were sent to Adhampur and Halwara. And the NCC cadets were also sent, along with the Punjab Land Police Force. So they also helped in rounding them up. And if you look at the account of this paradrop by a Pakistani writer, it's called Kaisa Tufail. He writes that there were about 182 paratroopers which were dropped. And about 140 of them were caught, 22, I think, got killed, and about 10 odd managed to go back. So that is what NCC also took part in, that active operation, you can say, during the war. And in this also, you note that armed police, Punjab Armed Police, was also part of it. Before the war, they were manning the borders. And in this, they were trying to guard those installations, and they were trying to round up the paratroopers. Now, something about Punjab Armed Police. Interestingly, it was raised in 1941 as additional police and based at Lahore. But when the independence took place, they moved to Jalandhar, and then they were called Punjab Armed Police. They used to be manning the borders, and they also manned the border with China. If you go back again in history, Himachal was at time part of Punjab, and that border was the responsibility of Punjab Armed Police. By 63, 64, there were 37 battalions of Punjab Armed Police, part of which were used to be manning the borders. So that is Punjab Armed Police at one time. And it may be of interest to somebody that Punjab Police is one of the very few police forces which had Gurkhas on its ranks. So they recruited, because when the partition took place, a lot of Punjab Police went to Pakistan, because we had a common Punjab earlier. So there was a paucity of manpower. So they recruited Gurkhas. Though there is an act of 1932 which prohibits recruitment of Gurkhas into police. But they managed to do that, and then they served for some time, and then it was banned. Just for interest, if somebody is keen on the historical part of it. Now coming to the Punjab Police again, some photographs that I could manage. This is, guarding one of those canals. That some infiltrator may come, somebody may try to damage it, somebody may try to breach it. So that was also one of the duties. This is one of the posts. Acharya told you that cadets sitting on top of a tree trying to keep a lookout. So this is again one of those lookout machans. And this is one of the photographs which are supposed to be of Punjab Police trying to catch hold of those paratroopers which were there. That's 6 step number night. And these are the villagers. This is one of the very few photographs of the villagers actually at that time who had caught hold of a commando Pakistani and just tied him up with that rope, and they are armed with just lathis and taking him along. And yesterday, if some of you were here, I mentioned a word about spectacular victory, just for 5 seconds. What was a spectacular victory of 65? This is what it was. These are the tanks destroyed at Asal Uttar. And this was our then Prime Minister standing on one of those destroyed tanks. So yes, it was a spectacular victory, and NCC did play a part of it along with Punjab Police. I'll come to sir your part a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very few people want to present your education as well as the tractation of Pratap Singh and given it out. And you cover the background, of how what happened, how the reorganization took place. But now, you're in Punjab, reporting in Punjab, talking of defense issues for a number of years for Indian Express. So you can just run us through, how the Punjab police has evolved over the years. initially partition, then we break up by reorganization of the states, like we covered. Then till 65, they were responsible for the borders also, right from Himachal, part of J&K and Punjab border. Thereafter, the BSF came about, then the Punjab police role. What role did it play in the 71 conflict? Then evacuation of civilians from the border area, conflict area. And of course, the challenges in the 80s, the issue that took place. And today we come to observe, we see the Rajasthan problem that took place. So all this, you've written extensively on these, you know it intimately, this subject. So can you brief everybody on this and the role of Punjab police?
Sure. So first of all, I would like to congratulate your side for including this topic in discussion for medicine. It's not a very interesting subject because in a typical military setting where operations are being discussed in the Navy or the Army area or the Air Force, you would know that Punjab police or the NCC is discussed. So I think this is a very good thing which is happening. This should have been expanded further, I feel, especially by the Punjab government, because it is not only the Punjab police and the NCC cadets of Punjab who stepped up in 1965. It was common people also, and shown a slide of the villagers. Yes. And also the truck drivers of Punjab. The truck drivers of Punjab.
That's another thing. The mobilization is through Punjab. So I mean, the space was given for deployment of troops, the movement of troops.
The former Chief Election Commissioner now late to the MSDL once wrote in he was the Deputy Commissioner of Ambala in 1965, and that time there was no Haryana. It was a unified Punjab. And Fort Hill had been mobilized, and Fort Hill was to pass from Ambala to its forward locations and concentration areas. And overnight, Mr. Gill requisitioned every passing truck on the GT road, was National Highway GT road. Every passing truck was mobilized just on the basis of a kit which was given to the truck driver or the owner of the trucking company. And those trucks were just requisitioned, sent to the Indian Oil Depot, which is still in the same place in Ambala today also. Just fuel up, load up, and go. And every one of them went. Nobody refused. These people, unfortunately, we don't know their names. They are unrecognized. Not only did they help in the mobilization of troops, they also mobilized, they were used in mobilization of ammunition, transporting ammunition to the captured areas in Pakistan, especially in the Sialkot sector and also in the Bati sector. They used to take the trucks, deliver the ammunition, come back with POWs. So, I would like to say that very good.
And the problem of the CHTs, so to say, that they lacked all right war. So they were going on bad roads without this cross-country ability.
And coming to the role of PAP, which Deepa has very interestingly explained, apart from this border guarding role of Punjab Armed Police, they were also involved in action operations. So let us begin with of the border, where the Pakistanis in the month of August, they sent in infiltrators to the Kashmir Valley. There were PAP battalions who were embedded in the army formation and who actively took part in catching hold of these infiltrators. They were embedded in the brigade and they were part of the brigade combat. And one of the most interesting actions in which they took place was the defense of Srinagar airfield, because these infiltrators were headed towards that place. There was 2 troops of Central India Horse, which had these armored cars with them. There was 1 battalion of Jack militia, the prelude to Jammu Kashmir Guidance Factory, and there was 1 battalion of PAP. All of these, they went together and fought around of these infiltrators and stopped them from coming to Srinagar. Coming down in conventional operations, the PAP battalion, one PAP battalion was part of the hotbed of 191 Infantry Brigade in Afur, which bore the pain of the Pakistani attack, as we know, and suffered reversal. So there were 3 infantry battalions with 191 Brigade and 1 PAP battalion. All of these people in these battalions who were deployed in either in the valley or in Afur, they performed very well. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find out if they got any of the Veer Chakra series of awards, DRC or NBC, but they got police medals for gallantry. This is documented, and their gallantry was recognized.
Coming further down, another example of conventional use of PAP battalions was in the Barki sector, the Kanada sector, just on the outskirts of Lahore. Again, at least 4 KP battalions were embedded with the army brigade, and they were used in offensive operations. So here was the border guarding force, as Colonel Lee brought out. They did not have offensive operations in the charter of capability. Yet they took part in it, and they were able to solve it. So as far as PAP is concerned, as he has explained, this is the role which PAP had. As far as the conventional Punjab police is concerned, apart from the routine law and order duties that the Punjab police had to perform in a wartime situation, which is ensuring that the blackout is observed, ensuring that trenches are being done, looking out for saboteurs, there were other roles which came into being. The role of SSG commandos, which operate from has been explained. That, of course, was undertaken by Punjab police with just a major role being played by the villagers. Punjab police के पास तो पकड़ के लेके जाते थे और पंजाब पुलिस का रोल होता था कि they are not lynched because the Air Force required these people. Usually what used to happen was these D-57s were shot down, the Canberra civilians. So they had a pilot and a navigator. So they need to be interrogated because the villagers would beat them to the edge of the head.
So that's the aircraft that came in, but he was talking about the commando.
वो मैं उसमें आ रहा हूँ सर कि कमांडोज को राउंड अप करते थे एयर क्रूज रिजेक्ट करता था that was also held by the villagers as well as the Punjab police. So they were helping in this game also and getting all these people, bringing them to the Air Force, handing them to the Air Force to ensure that the proper interrogation is done. So all these activities were also done by the Punjab police. And section of all that we will discuss it later, perhaps or gaming of Sindhu also. Where I was stationed in Pathankot when this exchange of missiles and drones was taking place, and Jira Papan was also. And I have seen firsthand, many things can't be mentioned here, but suffice to say, I can tell you that there again the Punjab police played a major role, and also the civilian population, which has gone unnoticed.
So you were there very much in Sindhu, this area of Jira Papan, Gurdaspur, and Stanford. So you see things firsthand, and you can also tell us about the role of the Punjab police. Talking of Dr. MSK, you know, what is father and brother of what in the army? Commanded brother also commanded Austin. Very illustrious military background he comes from. So I read his article on this, you know, how he organized the vehicles and fought it. And fought it incidentally was a mountain division that was brought out yesterday. And it was used for offensive operations in this area of Barki. And they were not equipped for that sort of operation, but they lacked that firepower, which a regular plane division had. And like he brought up, you know, in Punjab, whichever division was there, they all today, all of them were on the offensive, 7 days, 4 days, and 15 days. All three were on the offensive part of the 7 days, 11 were in operation. Yeah, can you tell us now, you know, your experience in the NCC and both as a cadet and now as training the NCC, and how you feel that syllabus seems to evolve, keep pace with the modern day realities, as well as you feel this, you know, those as of defense professionals should be back in the forefront or not. Considering today's operational environment where you talk of standoff sort of conflict.
I think, I think, like I said in my presentation, the syllabus has been bifurcated into 2 aspects. One is the common syllabus and one is the specialized syllabus. The specialized syllabus covers 6 main aspects of the armed forces. Again, this varies from all the 3 wings, Army, Air, and Naval wing. So this has been shortened. I think it's important that, of course, when we have the cadets go for army attachments, camps, they are directly working with the armed forces. They are, I think the Navy goes with the fleet, and air wing cadets, they are attached to Air Force station. So they get first-hand information, but I think it could improve in relation to how what goes on ground, because they're just getting introduced to what the military life is. Practice with them, exercises, I think that is result in being more prepared. But apart from that, as I said, the roles have changed. Not even in the second line now, more political activity and other aspects of something that are looked into. So I think in that constraint, I think they're doing extremely well. More students' personality development right now.
They're concentrating more on the social development and on the personality, character building.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Mandeep, what do you have to say about this? 20 lakh strong, young, budding people full of enthusiasm. How best can their energies be channelized towards nation building and protection of the nation? Kind of.
Until 65, we was the second line of defense. Borders were guarded by the armed police. Now, 65 orders by armed police was not enough to guard the borders. We needed a more specialized force. That is why the border security force was there. So BSF, if you look at it, came out of the experience of 65. So one job it was supposed to be with the state armed police went to the BSF. Similarly, as I mentioned, for the Nepal border, the SLC came up, the ITBP came up for the China border. So one job actually has been taken off. Now, as far as ACC is concerned, the second line of defense. Now you have BSF, you have CISF, you have ITBP, you have SLP. So there are all these forces which are going to take on this job to a large extent. Security of installations. So the done by ACC. For civil defense. Now, civil defense got modified in 2008. That time, the central government was responsible only to lay down the overall charter to the state. That what is civil defense. 2008, they decided the states have to now step up. So they said the civil defense organizations have to be made by the states to carry out all these duties. So there's a large part of civil defense duties also now going on from the NCC. Let's try to put it to place that why these changes are coming. What was the need of that? So if you have now the NCC, a very large organization, which is not going to actually be used for the duties, what do you use it for? That is actually now the main question. Now, this is the largest uniformed youth force in the world. 20 lakh people. Now, this can be used in a positive way, what is normally called as the nation building, character building activity. So the focus actually now has to be on those activities. That whatever field you go into, you carry your discipline with you, you carry your training with you, you carry your ethos with you of being part of a force, or part of a disciplined force. To me, sir, that is what actually the NCC should be looking at, and if I'm not wrong, that is what the syllabus is now looking at. That the major part of your military activity is training of NCC jobs, and you're looking at to build up the character of the youth that is there. So to me, that is very.
And they should also serve as a role model for the other people who are their age group who are not part of NCC. They should look up to them and look up to their character, look up to their leadership qualities,
And therefore, the police is concerned, no one better than Kumar.
Another to us, talk about the Punjab police, how the evolution of the Punjab police has taken place. But now can you just throw some light on the challenges of the Punjab police in today's environment, which is, you've seen through the problems that have occurred for this Punjab is faced, being a border state with a, adverse, hostile, nation across. How do they best cope with those challenges and the problems that have occurred, and how what is the role Punjab police play in operations to do research?
Yes, sir, as you correctly mentioned that the challenges are major for Punjab police, and since I also cover Punjab police, I was speaking to the other day, and he had gone across Punjab, visiting all the regions, and speaking to his officers. And this was immediately after the speech made by the Pakistan Army chief in Florida, where he spoke about being a tough culture, Pakistan being a tough culture, India being a shiny must and all that stuff. So the DG we told his officers that, look, this is the mentality of the Pakistan Army, or this, whatever has happened in May is not going to end with that, and there is going to be some more problems, and therefore we have to be ready. Now, the challenges before Punjab Police are much more than what they were in 1965. The major challenge in 1965 before the Punjab Police was from across the border was smuggling of goods, smuggling of opium, and all that petty kind of smuggling. Now what we have is the organized kind of a drug smuggling, which utilizes drones. And therefore, Pakistan, ISA has always had an inimical design towards Punjab, as we know what happened in the vacancy. And they have been very hard at it during and after Option 2. Even when Option 2 was in progress and immediate afterwards also, the Pakistan ISI, I have it on record, the highest officers, they redoubled their efforts in order to create mischief in Punjab, even at the cost of, making open which potentially never done. They also desperate. So the Punjab Police not only has to handle the cross-border drones, they have to handle the insidious design of ISI to foment the communal problem in Punjab. They also have the gangsters to deal with. The extortion and all. And these gangsters, Pakistan-based Pakistani peddlers and petty criminals in smart drug smuggling, they have all come together in forming a perfect storm. They are all interoperable. They are all using interchangeable types. This type of thing. And so it is something which has taken very serious proportion. And while we know that the police will be up to it, but the nation has also to be alert to this problem.
You touched on very major problems that are in face, and mainly at the, due to the ISI, so to say the ISI, and it's more and more visible, and we found that the youth of Punjab was a easy thing for a lot of people to target, and the drug issue was also owed to the ISI.
They are triangular because this is why you see there's a lot of resonance of this Pakistani thing in Canada or in Europe or in UK. It is not in Punjab. The good thing about this entire thing matter is that the Pakistanis are unable to find local recruits.
So what are they doing? They are challenging, they are getting hold of recruits abroad. They are getting hold of Canada and UK.
Yes.
The US.
They are. So in Punjab, what they're trying to do is use drugs in order to, fuel this economy of terrorism. So you will be surprised to know that, contrary to what politicians say, the major problem of drug addiction in Punjab is not because of the drugs which come through drones. That is a very minuscule amount. The major amount of drugs which comes to Punjab comes from Ambala, from the GT roads, from the national highway. It is coming from the internet. It is coming from Gujarat. It is coming from Madhya Pradesh. Things which are coming in from Pakistan, because Pakistanis are sending them with a different definite aim. Every packet of heroin which comes with a drone also has either a grenade in it or a Chinese pistol. एक स्टार मार्क का पिस्टल है, वो आपको पंजाब के गाँवों में मिल जाएगी. You see, every consignment of drug has this package. It will have 2 magazines with some rounds in it, or it will have 2 grenades, or it has 1 grenade, and उसके साथ एक वो 500 ग्राम का tablet. That is not for consumption. That is for sale. To get money.
So very interesting. Can you tell us about the experience of the NCC, your experience during the Option 2 recently, and how you compare the two 1965 to 2025 is 60 years?
So I think the NCC also did a major role this time. I think they were part of lots of things. NCC was established and get the mock drills done. So I think all over India, NCC was deployed and be prepared. Pre Operation Sindhu and post during that era, I think the NCC was active. And I think that is something which we saw was role of NCC was in military operations. So it was a good process.
Yeah, thank you, all of you, for your wonderful, comments and your insights and your detailed knowledge of this subject. Now, may I ask the audience, especially your young NCC cadets here, what are your points, any questions, any suggestions, anything we can take forward? Yeah, good. I see someone standing up. Or looking left and right. Any questions from any of you? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is to Pandit sir and Prahlad sir. Sir, my name is Rajesh. I'm from Indian Institute of Mass Communication, and my course is Strategic Communication. So you covered various aspects of the curriculum of LCC and talk about the syllabus and all. But sir, along with traditional warfare, there are different kinds like information warfare and OP. And as per my knowledge, the armed forces are coping with it. They are trying the handling of these new warfare techniques. So in terms of NCC, what is there any provision in our syllabus to fight on this front? And do we have any plan to incorporate that syllabus?
Basically, you are talking about the strategic communication, the information domain, which is another domain of warfare today, and how that is being used by the adversary to target the minds of the people over here. And what you are saying is that is there anything in our syllabus or something? So, the lecture like today's seminar is something to educate you all about what we've done in India over the years and over the past, and what is the correct narrative. So things like this, where NCC cadets are participating in a very active manner, is a step in that direction. But very good point, good question. So I'll ask Mandeep to answer it. And there are also Aman China, these are journalists, to give his viewpoint on the media.
To the best of my knowledge, this information warfare is not part of this. Cadets will be doing better, and not because it is being made a part of this. How does it get related to the misinformation being spread in the NCC and the public? My view on that is the NCC is one way of spreading the message, that national message, that nation building message. So they have to understand that it could be part of their training, that don't fall prey to the misinformation. Check before you pass on the message. A simple thing like that. What I call it on WhatsApp, don't follow that. Check before you even talk. Check before you even pass on a post that will be coming. There will be a lot of posts coming all over. This bomb falling here, that happening there. Most of it was actually just propaganda and misinformation. Well, NCC, if you are part of the uniform force, it is your duty now to fall prey to this misinformation and don't become a conduit to pass this information. So if you do that also, to my mind, that is part of a positive strategic communication. If you're not passing a message, at least you're not passing misinformation. So that is what my views on this part of it. Syllabus, I'm not very sure if it is going to be a part of it, but it will be part of our training. That is part of your normal duties. It is your duty to have faith, to believe the facts, don't fall to false news. That is my idea.
Into your question. Yes, there is a component of cyber security in the service also. And there's something also called as SOP, Standing Operating Procedures, that not only theoretical, but not only for the NCC, I think in fact for all individuals here. There is another protocol we need to follow. Like the armed forces, when you're talking about, specifically when you're talking about cyber security and all, there is a chain of command which again the organization like NCC has to follow. So any information which has been passed to the cadet cannot simply be projected on your social media and other platforms. So it needs to be verified. Yeah, so I think that has a specific order. Once the information is right, I think they have all the rights to, clear it around, otherwise it's not restricted. So I think in practice also, I think everybody is doing it. So I think that's how theory practice is what you're speaking, should answer your question.
But misinformation and disinformation is an integral part of information warfare. We do it. So Pakistan do it and nobody does it. So how you filter it, how you see through it is a very difficult task. Especially in this day and age when everybody has a mobile phone, when everybody has access to WhatsApp and everyone is there. And how to sift through what is correct and what is not. We saw, and we have seen this in options also. You know, aircraft crashes, there are videos of the wreckage out before you can even say anything. How do you stop that? It is something which has to be figured into your overall information warfare matrix. That some things are going to get through and some things are, you will be able to stop them. What we have to worry about more is the success of the adversary, of our enemy, in sending out a message which is more believable. So, for example, during this entire simple kind of thing, we are the Pakistanis were insisting that we lost X number of aircraft or X number of losses which we had. They were pretty successful in convincing the rest of the world. This is something which is a challenge for us. This is something we have to work upon. Why is it so? It is not that the Pakistanis are smarter than us. It is not that the Pakistanis have put an extra brain. Why are we able to do this and why are we lagging behind? This is something that's a big challenge for us.
This, that you touched on earlier during the airport section also, when he talked about how the Western media, and yesterday also during the diplomatic, how the Western media has always gone pro-Pakistan and coming there and how the Pakistanis over the years have not only been investing in a manner that said, but they've got people in various think tanks who speak their language, they've got people who write for their newspapers, foreign newspapers like Wall Street Journal, New York Times, bring pro-Pakistani narratives. How do we come to that? And sometimes our own, media, own money speech, where then it becomes unbelievable, and then you doubt the entire credibility of mainstream media.
In 1965 also Pakistan was succeeding in making the Western media believe what they said, and 60 years later in Washington also they are succeeding. Then the onus is on us. We have to find out why for 60 years we have not been able to catch up. That said, Pakistan always has it is a smaller country. They have the mentality of always fighting with their back to the wall. They are always going to stay aggressive. They are always going to think out of the box. Look at when we discussed the SSG paragraph. That was a radical thing. If they do not think it through, that is a separate matter. But it was a disruptive action. They have always wanted pressure on. It was a disruptive action. What did they do in Kingford? They could have gone to their, but for their own stupidity of their division commander. But that is a separate issue. But they think out of the box. So in information warfare also, Pakistanis think out of the box. They are 2 steps ahead. We must realize this. There is no harm in realizing it. There is no harm in doing introspection. We must dispassionately sit down and see why this is needed, what all can be done, and it can be done. They're not superhuman. That disinformation apparatus which they run, we can do it 10 times better. And we have been doing it. It's just a matter of getting things right and treating it as a priority. Just by having a handful of TV channels who sing our own praises, it is never going to be enough. Or having a few newspapers for writing what you want to write is never going to be enough. You have to have credibility, and which is why what the Pakistanis do is they reach out to the Western. Like somebody pointed it also in the case of discussion. They reach out, they are more accessible. They invite them, they take them around. Do you know why one of our defense reporters, one of my colleagues, Sushant Singh, he is ex-army, he was a lieutenant colonel engineer, he was at defense correspondent for a number of years. Pakistanis took him to Afghanistan. Can you imagine the ADGPI taking a Pakistani newspaper guy to Nagaland or to JFK or to Indo-Pak or any place? They took him with a group of journalists, international journalists, but they included an Indian journalist from Indian Express, station here in Delhi, who's covering the MOD, who's covering the police services. They took him there for a David process in Afghanistan in the counterinsurgency operation. This thing differently, why can't we?
I think we also changing the way that people. Yes, ma'am, you had a question. Yeah, how's the
So my question is, why is there not any push for compulsory military training for Indians and for Israel, considering the fact that India has thousands of years of history of invasion? Once upon a time, we had a border from Kandahar to Burma, and now we know where we are. And not just these wars, for past 75 years, there have been proxy wars. And coming from the border state, my mom is from Jammu and my father from Punjab, and we borne the brunt. The border states have borne the brunt of all these wars. It's only as recent as Operation Sindoor, my colleagues in Delhi were speaking out, oh, we won't have Zomato, we won't have Swiggy, we won't have internet. So why is there not any push? Because this is going to continue. We have a very volatile neighborhood as well. Today, in the discussion, once upon a time we had Indonesia, we had Bangladesh, things keep turning topsy-turvy, Gawlas happen. So it's going to be, that is what is going to happen. Why is there not any push for compulsory military training?
So would you like to? I just wanted to ask Mr. Chinna, sir. Please, the question is not loaded, let me tell you in the beginning. First thing is that you see, in Pakistan, military was in doldrum until Sindoor happened, and then they were able to regain their civilian, their autonomy. When some of my friends who recently visited Pakistan, before Sindoor, they said, military officers were shy of going to, or the military personnel to the public places because they were being quoted upon. Now, here in our case, they were able to build up a national narrative post Sindoor. In our case, as a journalist, what you feel is actually impacting our building up a national narrative. Because we have 2 or 3 multiple narratives going on. Some of these are, politically loaded. Others are, that linguistically loaded. Right? So what is that difficulty and challenge in building up sustained, plausible narrative? This is my question, and what are your views? How do we overcome this, considering the dynamics of internet in this?
That's a big question. And there's a very easy response to that. I've been to Pakistan 6 times, so I've interacted with them at various levels, including the politicians. The difference between what they do, for example, if we take off the do also, and what we do, is that we are a democracy. As simple as that. We are a democracy, we are a functioning democracy, we are a full-fledged democracy, we have like that. We allow people to ask questions, and we allow people to say various kind of things, even some which may be unpalatable to us, even in the operational sense, as you said, that there were various things which are being said operationally also. People demand proofs, people say several things that are photo dikhao, ye karo. Yes, but here we allow them to do that. There, the word of the army is the last word. That is it. So, the politicians over there, they don't matter. And I think today, when Shahbaz Sharif went to him, I had put it out on my text handle that Shahbaz Sharif has less pull in the Pakistan government than a Subedar Major of Pakistan. This is not it is not something said in jest. This is the reality. The Pakistan army comes down very hard on politicians, on journalists who dare to question. You will not find any journalist getting away with it. There are very brave Pakistani journalists out there who question their comments. Some of them might even be braver than ours. But they have to pay a price. They are assassinated in Africa. They are picked up, beaten up, shot. Hamid Mir, one of their most famous anchors, was picked up, shot, then let go. Ultimately, the person then gives up. And today, Hamid Mir and doing the option to Hamid Mir was taking the highest praise of Pakistan. So we can, As long as India is a democracy, as long as India promotes dissent, as long as India hears the other side of the story, we are never going to be like Pakistan, and I hope we never are. But yes, you rightly pointed out that there has to be some consorted common aim and objective where everybody must come together. And this can only come through with a change of mindset. Unless and until we have that mindset, or for example, when I was out there in the field of law, I was covering for operation, there were 20 things which I saw, but there were 19 things which I can't write. It is not that my organization has told me not to write. I can file it, I can send it, they can take a call. But then I, as the reporter on the ground, have to take a call whether I even want to tell my editor this or not. Because I have been covering defense for 30 years. He is not king. He covers everything. So he may not realize the importance of what I am sending him, and it might slip through. So these are individual calls, and this comes through, when we do realize that there are bigger things in play. And sadly, in India, I agree with you, we lack innovativity. Even the Americans, they come together very fast. So this is a challenge for us. How it will happen? It has to happen on a macro scale. I would say there has to be an action plan for it. I don't think there is any need that action can never tackle this issue.
If I may, I have served my background in the army, 27 years, also from a border state. Just to say that I speak with some experience. My view is that a militarized society is never good. Does not lead to harmony. Only lead to clashes, conflicts. You take history from beginning to today. The aim is not to make everybody militarized. Aim is to actually reduce that ultimately. That is point one. And you see any society, he's talking about Pakistan, where the army dominates. Militarized army, everybody compulsory military training, they're going towards that thing. That is not a good thing that we should work for. We are a democratic country with some imperfections, but a lot of good things. We need to preserve that. Secondly, as far as you were saying that there is a cycle that goes on from 47 and Gurman into this, we need to counter that. What it is that we need to do is somebody, as I said, above my base can decide. But as far as army is concerned, armed forces are concerned, I can assure you that we have more than enough to do with any trouble that we come up. We have a very efficient, large army, large armed forces. We have excellent second tiers of defense. We are capable of it, have faith in that. And I hope, ma'am, you never visualize that everybody is marching through the streets, and that will not be good. I think so. I understand that, just exaggerating a bit, but that is not the right way for a society to run. Society that kids should come up in a good way, not a uniforms in army way. Let's have a professor review now. Army view.
I think it's also got to do with the attitude of individuals. You can't have everybody join the armed forces. You might dilute the quality, is what I feel. Because when we see the selection board, there is a very selective personality that they're looking for. You can make it compulsory. How useful are they going to be? I think it's something that's questionable. But I think right now, with the paramilitary forces and the armed forces, I think it's not even required. Like Israel that you're speaking about, it's a small nation and it needs to depend on all sides. So I think that it's not the need of the hour, but I think with the kind of defense and paramilitary forces that we have, my personal view is I don't think it's required.
Okay. Thank you. One question from a young NCC cadet, Imam Khair. Yeah, so that others can hear. In the room you can hear, but the people on YouTube won't be able to hear.
No, I would like to actually thought that NCC is not just limited to training camps and that we all hear about. Currently, our DG NCC, Lieutenant General Gurpreet Singh sir, has inaugurated Idea and Innovation Category, where we can represent our idea and the innovation that a cadet can make to the NCC or to the society. So me and my fellow cadet Vidanshu is also participating in it.
Is here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So our project is we are making an AI tool through which we can detect a mood, emotion, and the activeness of a person through the help of AI using API tool. So with the help of this, we can depict the activeness of a cadet, whether he is much more active in the camp or not, and it will help in shooting activities. If the cadet is active or not, he can contribute in shooting very well. So that's our project, and currently we are selected at a unit level and hope we can go further.
And to the part of the future technology. My views are that I will not just make a very generic comment that the character of warfare is changing. But that is right here at home. Let's face that. You look at what happened in Spider-Man. How those drones came, from where they came, who assembled them, how they were hidden in the containers, how they were, tried, how they were unleashed, everything under the 4G guiding system. Same thing, what Israelis did, how they decimated the scientists and the top IRGC, leadership, we know. Now, just fast forward that to an Indian country. You know how well Pakistani sleeper cells are embedded in every walk of our society, right? And it's a very open society to rig up or fabricate a quadcopter here and put a little bit of a TNT. You don't need a rocket science for that. This is the new form of threat which is likely to sprout in our own strategic depth areas against our critical target, civil population, leadership target, against your critical infrastructure, your data centers and things like that. Point one. Point two, there would be jobs in our hospitals, in our whatever that essential services that we are providing. There would be humanitarian crisis here, stampedes and other things, right? During different congregations, religious congregations. You need two bloody chaps only who are ready to get killed, and they can put this low field IDs in this. We have to train our NCC today, not so much about the border security, but more about the internal security. What is happening in and around us, they have to train. Civil defense units have to be trained. Civil guards, civil defense police. Other scouts have to be trained. So I think we need altogether a new compact of training. That's what we are doing today. This is my the whole nation approach towards training for the youth against the threats that are emerging. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's not actually a question, but I do have a piece of information that might be of interest and relevance. My son has interned with an Israeli NGO, and during his period of internship with them, I discovered a few facts which actually change, which I think should change our view of Israel as a model to follow in some ways. They have an incredibly high proportion of PTSD among the people who are just emerging from their year or so compulsory military service. It's incredibly high. I forget the exact.
That is there. And there's a whole lot of PTSD that emerged post Iraq issue in US, of the Iraq and Afghanistan.
Indeed, all the veterans transactions, but particularly in the context of a universal military service obligation, a conscription type of obligation, the effects of the mental health of young people who are just emerging from that is incalculable. And Israel is only just beginning to admit it publicly, only just beginning to address it. The
Israeli organization my son worked for was actually doing work on helping those youngsters overcome their PTSD. And an interesting point is that coming to India was a part of helping them cope with that. Coming to India, coming to a country where there is an integrated Muslim community within the population is actually an active part of what this Israeli organization found to be an effective way of addressing the PTSD that the young people suffer from. And I have great admiration for the military, but I share the point that was made just now that it is not for everyone. And I know instructors in the military who will throw their hands up and say, I do not want to train everybody. It is hard enough maintaining motivation among people who volunteer. I don't want to do it for people who are being participating. So apologies that it's not a question, but I
No, thank you very much. And at the end, all that is left for me to thank you, my show panelists, for their wonderful insights, their knowledge, and the way they give out their viewpoint. And more than that, I thank the audience, for being so participative and being so interactive. And at the last session, you've been, absolutely listening to what they say with such attention. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
I would like to thank Major General Bravery Singh and our honorable panelists, Colonel Mandeep Singh, Mr. Manaman Singh Jeena, and Mr. Akshay D. Mandlik for sharing their enlightening perspective. And for felicitation, we would like to call upon Major General B.K. Sharma, AVSM, SMN Bar, DG USI.
Sir, please be as speak on that. Maybe.
Indian Institute of Mass Communication has supported this noble cause, and we are thankful for this. May I request Major General B.K. Sharma, DG USI, to please felicitate the delegation from IIMC. Professor Dr. Pramod Kumar, Head of Department, Citizen Communication. Assistant Professor Yashasvika Yadav. Dr. Aditya Ojha, Assistant Professor. Academic Associate Archana Malik. We would also like to felicitate the interns who are with us since June this year. Rituraj Mishra. Jeremy. Hansi Singh. Pankaj Kumar Jha. Pankaj, DS, Samar Tiwari, Sejal Sinha, Vaishnavi,
All the students come here. Boys can kneel in front here. आगे आ जाओ. चलो चलो.
ladies and gentlemen. Sir, DG sir. Sir, DG sir.
बोला ना.
हाँ सर, वो बच्चा आ गया है ना.
Ladies and gentlemen, as part of commemoration, we have prepared 15 podcast episodes documenting 1965 war. We are pleased to announce that episode 1 shall be released soon. Please join us in previewing the video of Shaurya Smaran. Can we have the video, please?
And highly decorated banner of the map. Critical action because the war something big is going to happen. We plan for offensive to capture around. So we go over and by 11:30, 3 yards ready to be. So there wasn't that population at all. It is the convention operations which will be imperative for clearly. And infantry operations will remain supreme.
I request strongly the artist CM on the stage for the closing address, please.
Thank you, Bhavna. Ladies and gentlemen, it falls upon me to offer a vote of thanks on behalf of the Director General of the USI, Major General B.K. Sharma, to everyone who's been associated with this event. It's a great honor and a privilege for the United Service Institution, which is the oldest military think tank, not just in India, but in Asia, to be hosting an event of this nature in which we are able to both remember as well as honor the valor and sacrifice of the armed forces and indeed all wings of government and all our citizens who came together to face an external aggressor more than 60 years ago. And as recent events have demonstrated, the nation continues to be as one when it is faced with external threats. We've had a number of organizations, institutions, as well as individuals that have been our partners in this enterprise, and I would like to take this time to mention them. Of course, we had the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy, as well as Headquarters Integrated Defense Staff. And along with them, we've had the Ministry of External Affairs, the NCC Directorate, the Punjab Police, as well as the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, which has been more than just an active partner. I think they have helped us immensely, and I would like to offer a special vote of thanks to Professor Pramod Kumar, who is head of the Department of Communication with IMC, as well as his colleagues, Assistant Professor Yashmika Yadav and Dr. Aditya Ahuja. And of course, all of our interns at the back. None of this would have been possible without hard work. And they have been involved not just in the seminar, as well as the creation of the oral archive and the documentary and podcasts, which Commander Bhavna just mentioned. So thank you very much, sir. It's been a very productive and fruitful collaboration. We'd also like to thank the Ministry of External Affairs for partnering on this seminar, as well as the creation of a commemorative booklet on 1965, which we will be releasing in time for our Indian Military Heritage Festival, which will be held in the middle of November. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all our distinguished panelists and the audience, and of course the team from the center who have worked around the clock. And I think it would be invidious to mention individuals, but I would be failing in my duty if I did not mention Dr. Archana Tyagi, as well as Commander Bhavna Silagia, and General Jagdeep Singh as well. So thank you, one and all, ladies and gentlemen, and Jai Hind.